Test, test, check, check. Test. Council, please come back to order. So we have finished our public testimony and staff presentation on agenda item C2. See if what the council would like to do as far as action. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to staff and received, as I understand it.
We're going to need, before we begin, we're going to need that screen on, please. Thank you. And has the motion been posted on the agenda? Okay. So I think members of the public will have access to the motion online. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the motion reads, the council selects the following preferred alternative from elements in alternative 4 and 5 in the DEIS. Western Alaska Chum Bycatch limit with a corridor closure. Each pollock sector has a limit in regulation on Western Alaska chum salmon prohibited species catch, or PSC, in clusters 1 and 2, such that the total does not exceed 45,000 Western Alaska chum. CDQ 4,410. Catcher vessels delivering to shoreside plants 31,950. Catcher vessels delivering to motherships 4,365. Catcher processors 4,275. All Western Alaska chum salmon PSC in clusters 1 and 2 accrue to the limit from June 10th to August 31. Western Alaska chum PSC can be transferred among sectors. Western Alaska chum salmon corridor closure. If a sector exceeds its Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit, regulations will require each sector's IPA to close a Western Alaska chum salmon corridor of 20 stat areas in clusters 1 and 2, or 50% of the fishing grounds in the corridor, in season for the remainder of June 10th through August 31st. The Western Alaska chum salmon closure corridor established by all IPAs must include stat areas 685, 530, 675, 500, 655, 500, and 645, 501. If a sector exceeds its Western Alaska chum PSC limit between June 10th and August 31st during the B season, and the IPA failed to close the Western Alaska chum salmon closure corridor, then the IPA must close 20 stat areas, including 685, 530, 675, 500, 655, 500, and 645, 501 in the Western Alaska chum salmon corridor during all of June 10th through August 31st, the following B season, as set in regulations. Prior to each B season, NMFS will provide an estimate using a 3-year rolling average of each sector's ratio of Western Alaska chum PSC to total chum PSC for the IPA to calculate their Western Alaska chum PSC and manage in season. To the extent data are available, an IPA could monitor its Western Alaska chum PSC using in-season genetic data for clusters 1 and 2 to avoid Western Alaska chum. After each B season, using the estimated ratio of Western Alaska chum to total chum PSC described above, NMFS will evaluate available data and the IPA reports to assess whether a sector exceeded its Western Alaska chum PSC limit, and if a limit was exceeded, determine whether the IPA made the required closures the previous year. Requirements for incentive plan agreements, or IPAs. Add regulations at 50 CFR 679.21 to further prioritize avoidance of areas and times of highest proportion of coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon chum salmon stocks. These requirements would be added to existing federal regulations for IPAs at 50 CFR 679.21 and the annual reporting requirements at 679.21 would still apply. Number one, require the IPAs to describe how in-season and historical fishery data, including Western Alaska chum bycatch numbers and Western Alaska chum bycatch rates, and the best available genetic stock composition data are included in windows for salmon passage and other measures to avoid Western Alaska chum. Two, require that IPAs describe how they monitor in-season chum encounter rates to consider potential chum salmon avoidance closures more than once per week. Three, require vessels use salmon excluders for the duration of A and B season. Four, require the IPAs to develop chum salmon vessel outlier provisions and implement the provision within the IPA. Five, require IPA managers to make available weekly salmon bycatch reports to interested salmon users, Alaska Native tribes, and tribally authorized consortia and fish commissions to allow for more transparency in reporting. Six, require IPAs to prohibit fishing in ADFG stat areas for all vessels, regardless of performance, when weekly stat area bycatch rates exceed 5 chum per ton of pollock CP or 3 times base rate CV and mothership. 7, require IPAs to document the best available genetic stock composition data on the sector's coastal Western Alaska and middle upper Yukon chum PSC and the Western Alaska salmon corridor closures in clusters 1 and 2 during June 10th through August 31st in their annual report. Other measures: establish a Western Alaska chum salmon index based on Yukon River summer and Yukon River fall run reconstructions. If the prior year's chum index is at or above the 90th percentile, for Yukon River summer, that's 3,871,700. For Yukon River fall, that's 1,390,329. The Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit and closure provisions would not apply. Adjust the winter herring savings area start date for the pollock fishery from September 1 to September 30th. With a second, Madam Chair, I'll speak to the motion.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wonder if I might ask staff, I have a couple screens going on here, if you could scroll to the top of the motion and maybe I'm going to walk through it and help me track. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. So, Madam Chair, this is final action, and I am recommending that the council select a preferred alternative. It draws from the elements in alternatives 4 and 5 in the draft EIS, and consistent with much of our discussion over the last couple of days, I am proposing that the council establish a Western Alaska chum bycatch limit with a corridor closure. And so the idea would be that a Western Alaska chum bycatch limit would be established. I am proposing a limit of 45,000 Western Alaska chum, and that would be apportioned to the sectors. The CDQ sector, I'm proposing, would receive 9.8% for an apportionment of 4,410. 71% apportionment to catcher vessels delivering to shoreside plants, and catcher vessels delivering to motherships, a 9.7% apportionment, and for catcher processors, a 9.5% apportionment. And I'll just briefly walk through the rationale for those. The CDQ Western Alaska chum bycatch limit is based on an approximation of the AFA apportionment in our analysis that reflects the CDQ program's pollock allocation. This approach would have resulted in the sector being constrained 3 years during the 2011 through 2024 time period that we're looking at in the DEIS. You'll recall that one of the options available to us, and we received testimony on in reviewing this draft DEIS, was a separate CDQ reserve pool to potentially address a situation whereby CDQ quota would be harvested on catcher vessels rather than catcher processors, as has been the practice. I did not include the CDQ reserve pool option in this motion. However, I did choose a higher apportionment for CDQ within the overall 45,000 Western Alaska chum PSC limit, in part to preserve a greater level of intersector flexibility relative to the other apportionment options to address situations like we've been hearing about. Given that the analysis showed only one historical instance and no recent years of the CDQ sector operating on platforms other than catcher processors, in addition to highlighting that use of a CDQ reserve pool was very unlikely, it was difficult to justify establishing and funding a full reserve pool at this time, especially since doing so would, in all practicality, require reapportioning from another sector with, at least at this point in time, pretty significant dependence on and more consistent activity in the corridor area. And so just to wrap up that, using the AFA-based apportionment is intended to provide the CDQ program with meaningful flexibility relative to its historical average PSC use. For catcher vessels delivering to shoreside plants in Alaska, the 3- and 5-year average apportionment for the inshore catcher vessel fleet is essentially the same, and I opted for this approach. I recognize that the cap, the Western Alaska cap for catcher vessels would likely have shut down the fleet in 5 years between 2011 and 2024, and acknowledge that this is a significant potential impact to catcher vessels delivering to shoreside plants in Alaska communities. As we heard in public testimony, once implemented, this type of program would likely require vessel level or maybe cooperative level allocations of relatively small amounts of Western Alaska chum PSC for some vessels, and could be very challenging to manage. I also recognize that the analysis shows that 93% of the inshore catcher vessel sector's pollock harvest comes from the corridor area. And so this corridor area is largely their entire fishing grounds. My choice of apportionment was an attempt to balance the very significant dependency of the inshore fleet on those corridor areas that are subject to closure if the cap is reached, with the understanding that the majority of Western Alaska chum bycatch is attributed in this area, and our need to focus on minimizing Western Alaska chum PSC through this action. For the mothership sector, the mothership apportionment was set using an approximation of the 3-year and pro rata methods in our DEIS, which have nearly identical results. At these levels, the sector would have been constrained or shut down in 4 years between 2011 and 2024. The mothership fleet is also heavily dependent on clusters 1 and 2. So constraints in those areas similarly could have impacts on those catcher vessels that deliver to motherships' ability to operate. My decision on this apportionment is based on, again, balancing this sector's potential exposure to closures under this apportionment with its reliance on these fishing areas. For the catcher processor sector, I selected an apportionment that is slightly below the 3-year average in our analysis and at a level that would have shut the fishery out of the corridor in 4 years between 2011 and 2024. This maintains a constraint level consistent with the apportionment chosen for the other sectors, though set somewhat lower because the data supported doing so to achieve comparable impacts across sectors. As we've heard consistently throughout this meeting and previously, while Cluster 2 is historically important fishing grounds for the catcher processor fleet, which is included in the corridor, this sector is highly mobile relative to the inshore sectors and catches the majority of its pollock outside the corridor area. So moving on to the details of the motion in terms of the motion proposes that if a sector exceeds its Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit, regulations will require each sector's IPA to close a Western Alaska chum salmon corridor of 20 stat areas in clusters 1 and 2, and that is 50% of the fishing grounds in season for the remainder of the B season, which runs June 10th through August 31st. The motion specifies that the Western Alaska chum salmon corridor closure established by all IPAs must include specific stat areas. And the specific stat areas I've included here are 4 of the 5 stat areas in the corridor with consistently high numbers of Western Alaska chum salmon PSC that we looked at in the DEIS time series. And I really referenced the additional information provided by staff to supplement the DEIS, particularly in Table A2, and that we also heard about in testimony. Requiring these areas, as I proposed, to be included in a corridor closure provides a strong incentive for the fleet to focus on avoiding Western Alaska chum salmon throughout the B season to ensure they do not trigger a closure. And these areas are kept open fishing because they are so important. We heard testimony in support of this approach as a means to prioritize consideration of Western Alaska chum salmon numbers at all times. I did not include stat area 655430 in the horseshoe area because while that area is among the highest, the stat area that has the highest numbers of Western Alaska chum PSC in the corridor, the AP and council have heard testimony both in February 2025, a year ago, and at this meeting, that this stat area is essentially divided into shallow and deep portions. And chum salmon PSC can be relatively high, as I understand it, in the shallow portion of this area, but when pollock are present in the deep portion, the fleet has a very good pollock catch per unit effort with low chum salmon PSC. Ideally, I would have been able to divide this stat area into the shallow and deep portions and include the shallow portion in the corridor closure, but not the deep portion. But that is not practical since I am proposing that these stat area closure requirements be in regulation and implemented by the IPAs initially, but verified by NIMS if necessary. The DEIS and testimony also demonstrates the importance of stat area 655430 to the inshore pollock fleet, and therefore I have not included the stat area in the required corridor closure, again, to balance the priority objective of minimizing Western Alaska chum PSC while minimizing negative impacts to the pollock fishery, particularly in the inshore fleet. And I was just reminded, as we keep getting reminded throughout the week here, that with the operation of this Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit and corridor, the fleet's incentive plan agreement rolling hotspot program will be in place and monitoring chum salmon PSC rates in the stat area. And I think with some of the new requirements that I'm proposing, we include is a good balance between our two objectives for this action. So the primary purpose of IPA management is to avoid chum salmon bycatch in relation to this action. And when an IPA fails to meet that objective, I don't believe that it's appropriate for IPA-driven measures to continue determining all the closure areas in this case. And so in those situations, should they arise, these fixed closures that I'm including in the motion are intended to function as a stronger incentive to change behavior before the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit is reached in those areas where we know that historically higher levels of Western Alaska chum salmon PSC have occurred. So if the fleet shifts into areas with lower pollock CPUE, but still encounters lower chum salmon PSC rates, the overall effect can still be an increase in the number of Western Alaska chum salmon caught. That dynamic is well understood. And including this measure, I'm intending to signal that we are establishing a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit specifically to reduce fishing impacts during periods where we know and has been documented in our analysis and from so many testifiers over the last few days during this period and of stock declines and run collapses. Including these specific stat area closures it is really, again, it has the penalty of potentially depriving the pollock fleet of prime fishing grounds. And I'm including it as an intentional incentive to stay within the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit. It's designed to hopefully influence behavior before the fleet ever reaches that threshold. So if a sector exceeds its Western Alaska chum PSC limit during the bee season, June 10th through August 31st, and as required, if that happens, the regulations would require the IPA to implement the chum salmon closure corridor. If an IPA fails to do that, the Western Alaska chum salmon corridor closure will be in effect all of the bee season, June 10th through August 31st in the following year, and that requirement will be established in regulations. And again, I think we heard very specifically in testimony multiple times that, and what I just spoke to in terms of my proposed corridor closure areas, the IPAs are complicated and they're very effective. And I have the most appreciation for what's been accomplished through the IPAs. And I think it's a critical component of our management approach for the pollock fishery. But I have heard loud and clear that the implementation of requirements through those incentive plan agreements is not as transparent as many would like to see. And I want to be responsive to that concern. This is management of a public resource. And so I am proposing that there is a regulatory backstop verification that if a sector exceeds a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit during the bee season and did not implement the corridor closure as required in the IPAs that have been approved by NMFS, that in the following year, the corridor closure would be in place for the whole bee season and set in regulation. Moving on to how the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit will be tracked within the season. Prior to each bee season, NMFS will provide an estimate using a 3-year rolling average of each sector's ratio of Western Alaska chum salmon PSC to total chum PSC for the IPA to calculate their Western Alaska chum PSC and manage in season. And this is, I wanted to speak a little bit about this because this is a concept that hasn't been written out in this way exactly, but was very clearly contemplated, I think, when the council considered a Western Alaska chum salmon threshold combined with an overall total chum salmon PSC limit a few years ago and described in the DEIS. And I think coming into this meeting, a lot of us heard about the updates in availability of in-season genetics data. And that was pretty exciting, and particularly for, the availability for the inshore sector and the potential for the CDQ mothership and CP sectors to hopefully participate in those programs eventually. And while I think many of us hoped that maybe we were ready for prime time for in-season genetics information through the current program that the inshore sector is participating in terms of tracking and verifying Western Alaska chum salmon PSC within season. We're not quite there yet for all the sectors. As I mentioned, although the availability of in-season genetics has advanced rapidly, it is not available for all pollock sectors. And therefore, I think we had an option like this available to us a few years ago for that Western Alaska chum salmon PSC threshold. We just didn't really develop it. And I think the more detailed discussion of the possibilities for in-season genetics really helped this concept that I'm proposing to flow out of the previous consideration of the threshold and the information we have now. And so because we do not have in-season genetic information available for all sectors, I'm proposing to use a different metric to provide the pollock sectors with pre-season notification of the proportion, the Western Alaska chum proportion, that sector will apply to total chum PSC throughout the B season to track where it is relative to the sector limit for Western Alaska chum salmon PSC. And the reason that is important is that when we discussed the Western Alaska threshold chum salmon threshold concept a few years ago, if there's going to be regulatory monitoring and verification and potential penalty imposed for not implementing a corridor closure, there needs to be a clear and consistent metric that the fleets the sectors can use throughout the season to track where they are relative to that Western Alaska chum PSC limit. And so I'm proposing, I think it would help, maybe, I know there'll probably be a lot of questions about this, but the specific Western Alaska chum proportion that I'm proposing would be used, I think table 331 in the DEIS would be a good reference table. It is the estimated mean number of Western Alaska chum salmon caught as B season bycatch by sector for the time period we're looking at. And so it would be sector level Western Alaska chum proportion relative to total chum PSC. And so as chum PSC is occurring for a sector throughout the season, the preseason metric, which is Western Alaska chum proportion divided by total PSC for each sector, would be applied for the sectors to track relative to the limit. And then again, for consistency and transparency, this same metric would be used by NMFS after the B season to verify the sector's Western Alaska chum PSC and whether it exceeded the Western Alaska chum PSC limit and implemented the corridor closure as required. Using a 3-year rolling average, as I'm proposing, provides a dual purpose. First, it provides a strong incentive for all sectors to continuously drive their Western Alaska proportion of total bycatch down. The lower the rate is in a given year, the lower that rolling average will be. And this incentive will never go away and will be a powerful motivator, I think, for the fleet to avoid Western Alaska chum at all times. And secondly, it significantly simplifies operational decisions by giving consistent rates on a seasonal basis. And this will make it, I think, easier for cooperative managers and vessel captains to manage risk, as we've heard about through the week, which will be one of their challenges. And lastly, I'll note that using a 3-year rolling average provides a buffer against large interannual swings in either direction and provides some level of stability in the metric using to track Western Alaska chum PSC relative to the cap in each B season. The verification by NMFS and the regulatory backstop requiring a full B season corridor closure if a sector exceeds the Western Alaska chum PSC limit and fails to implement a corridor closure provides for regulatory accountability and transparency. And I haven't pointed out this part of the motion also notes that to the extent data are available, an IPA could monitor its Western Alaska chum PSC using in-season genetic data for clusters 1 and 2 to avoid Western Alaska chum. And while I mentioned that the current state of in-season genetic data availability isn't sufficient to establish a regulatory monitoring metric, I just wanted to acknowledge, at least for the inshore fleet and hopefully for other fleets in the future, that I would anticipate that finer scale, more frequent in-season genetic data will be available for the fleets to also monitor their progress toward reaching the Western Alaska chum PSC limit. I think I already described the verification that will take place by NMFS after the B season ends. So I'll move on to the next page of the motion, if you would. Thank you. The next portion of the motion outlines requirements for incentive plan agreements and really draws from the alternative 4 and the DEIS, and also is really intended to be consistent with the advisory panel recommendations for alternative 4. And I would just note at a very high level, I'm including alternative 4, or excuse me, I'm including the requirements for incentive plan agreement revisions in the preferred alternative because the analysis indicates that alternative 4 would likely reduce chum and Western Alaskan chum bycatch compared to the status quo. And we've also heard almost universal support for essentially codifying several changes to incentive plan agreements that have already been implemented by the sectors. I do want to highlight that I am picking up the AP's required change to language in provision 5 in terms of requiring IPA managers to make available weekly salmon bycatch reports to interested salmon users, Alaska Native tribes, and tribally authorized consortia and fish commissions to allow for more transparency in reporting. Again, I think there was fairly universal support for that. And I think, so I was very glad to see that as an AP recommendation and happy to include that. I've also included in number 7, a provision to require IPAs to document the best available genetic stock composition data on the sector's coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon chum PSC and the Western Alaska salmon corridor closures in clusters 1 and 2 during the B season in their annual report. And this really, I think, is necessary information, again, for under the preferred alternative for a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit and corridor closure for NIMS to verify if a corridor closure was implemented as required. And I think it also really addresses the number seven in the AP motion in terms of a benchmark reporting requirement for coastal Western Alaska and upper and middle Yukon chum PSC. I think that was there's a little bit of work to define how that would exactly be reported, and maybe some discussions about what exactly that benchmark reporting requirement looks like. But I think what I'm putting forward here is meant to, at a minimum, request that genetic stock composition data on the sectors coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon chum PSC in the report, because that is of such interest to the council and salmon users in particular, the fish commissions. And I just think that would really largely satisfy or start to satisfy the request that we saw come out of the AP, and is particularly important to me in terms of the finer scale genetic stock composition data, and I think would be very helpful. Moving on to the other measures that I'm proposing be included. Sorry, Madam Chair. I am proposing to include an abundance index for the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit and corridor closure. And this was, we didn't receive a lot of public comment on this at this meeting, other than I will say there was testimony sort of in opposition to and in support of including this. And so I'll just provide a little description of my thinking for including it. The analysis indicates that having an abundance index for the Western Alaska chum PSC limit and corridor closure is not expected to have a positive impact beyond the status quo in years when the management measure is suspended for Western Alaska chum, which makes sense. The analysis also indicates that under the threshold limit I'm proposing, which is the 90th percentile for Yukon River summer and Yukon River fall chum, that that threshold would not have been triggered during the time period that we're looking at. And again, while the council received comments that did not support including an abundance index threshold to remove the limit and corridor closure, I have included the 90th percentile threshold to acknowledge that should Yukon River summer and fall chum salmon returns reach the historical levels that meet or exceed the 90th percentile based on the run reconstructions for each stock using the time series from 1992 is through 2022 is the time series for those. The Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit may be constraining for the pollock fishery and would be suspended as long as returns for both Yukon summer and Yukon fall chum continue to meet the threshold. The winter herring savings area, this option delays the start of the winter herring savings area by 1 month to avoid closing off potentially clean fishing grounds to the catcher processor fleet. As a reminder to the council and the public, the herring PSC trigger is not apportioned among sectors, meaning that one sector's catch of herring PSC can trigger the savings area for all sectors. This chum PSC action, as we've discussed, most significantly affects the catcher vessel sector, catcher vessels delivering particularly to shoreside processors by placing additional regulatory constraints on bycatch within the areas they primarily fish. And again, as noted in the analysis and in testimony, that the catcher vessel fleet has limited ability to fish outside of clusters 1 and 2. The effect of the winter herring savings area, on the other hand, is almost entirely borne by the catcher processor sector. And this option would be intended to minimize further displacement and potentially higher bycatch by the catcher processor sector during the bee season when their fishing opportunity is more limited due to closure of the catcher vessel operational area. However, that CVOA closure, the closure would remain in effect during the A season. It should also be noted that historically herring PSC rates outside the closure areas can be significantly higher than inside the closed area. In 2020, for example, the catcher processor fleet's rate was 7 times higher outside of the winter herring savings area than it was inside. And thus the closure of the savings area in September may force the catcher processor fleet into areas of higher herring bycatch, which clearly is perverse outcome, and contrary to what we would like to see, and why I think adding this option is appropriate. And finally, Madam Chair, it's not in the motion, but I did want to speak to in the DEIS, staff did note that if a chum salmon PSC limit was implemented and apportioned to sectors, as I'm proposing here for the Western Alaska chum PSC limit, that the council should specify provisions for vessels that opt not to join an incentive plan agreement. And so I just wanted to say my intent with this motion is that if a vessel is not a part of an incentive plan agreement, then it cannot directed fish for pollock in the chum salmon savings area from August 1st to 31st. And there's some additional restrictions based on if that vessel is also caught a proportion of a non-Chinook salmon PSC limit in the catcher vessel operational area. And we can talk about the regulations if council members have questions, but my read of that helped me determine that I think the current chum salmon savings area regulations that would by default apply to a vessel not joining an incentive plan agreement are appropriate under the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit and corridor closure that I'm proposing, Madam Chair. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the motion and the rationale. Do you need a break? Yeah. Okay. We'll just slow roll the questions. We'll go to Mr. Moeller first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I've got a question on your 7 items here, well, one of the 7 items under the IPA agreements, and it's on item number 4, require the IPAs to develop chum salmon vessel outlier provisions. Can you help me understand what these outlier provisions are, please?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Moeller. Provision 4 in the motion would require the IPAs to develop measures that identify vessel outliers with poor chum salmon bycatch performance compared to their peer vessels. And it would ultimately reduce the potential for a vessel to consistently maintain higher chum salmon bycatch rates than the other vessels. Restrictions or penalties that are targeted at outliers, as laid out here, can incentivize changes in fishing behavior and are a pretty effective way for IPAs to improve individual vessel behavior. And changes in fishing patterns can involve several different behaviors, including avoiding areas that have had recently high bycatch rates, using and sharing information on high bycatch areas, and moving immediately once a high bycatch area has been identified. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Moeller.
Ms. Vanderhoeven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. My question is in the paragraph about the 3-year rolling average that starts with prior to each B season. And I hope I'm not the only one trying to wrap my head around this, but I'm a little bit confused, and your speaking to the motion helped a little bit, but I'm trying to think about the interplay between that and the vessel limits at the first part of the motion, and I think I have got it in my head that those sector limits come into play as to whether or not they trigger the corridor, and then the 3-year rolling average, and that's just then for what postseason, if the corridor was triggered, the IPA would be evaluated as to whether or not they had done what they were required to do. Do I have that part right? And then I have a second question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Ms. Vanderhoven, I'll just try to supplement maybe some other pieces that would help. And so prior to each B season, NIMS will essentially provide each sector with its proportion of Western Alaska chum based on the 3-year rolling average and that you can see in table 331. And that proportion is what we anticipate the fleet would use to track as chum salmon PSC takes place during the B season. That proportion that was provided at the beginning of the B season will be directly applied to total chum salmon PSC as it accrues, so the sector can track where it is relative to the Western Alaska chum PSC limit apportionment for that sector.
Okay, and then sorry. Thank you. I think that helps. And then I'm unclear, and I haven't thought through this well enough yet. The 3-year rolling average, is the sector's proportion based on Bering Sea wide, or is it just within cluster 1 and 2? I'm trying to think, if a sector doesn't fish much inside the corridor of cluster 1 and 2, if the number ends up being disproportionately low, if the calculation is done Bering Sea wide, and I might not be describing that well, but just because we know that there aren't nearly as many Western Alaska chum in clusters 3 and 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for that question. That is a really important point. And I'll note that table 3-31 is the estimated mean number of Western Alaska chum caught as B season bycatch by sector. So that's Bering Sea wide. That is not just clusters 1 and 2. And as I understand it, with the current state of it's unclear, if each sector is going to have sufficient samples to do the genetic composition estimates for Western Alaska chum salmon caught in clusters 1 and 2 in the corridor area. And my understanding, without having all of the details worked out, because I think NIMS would need to do that, is NIMS would use the best information available to provide that 3-year rolling average. And so if a sector has a Western Alaska chum proportion, genetic composition proportion for clusters 1 and 2, my understanding is that is what NIMS would use. If the Western Alaska chum proportion is not available at that scale, perhaps the Bering Sea wide would have to be looked at, and that is how the best available information would be determined, is my understanding.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball. Oh, Mr. Curlin, was it on that point? Okay. Ms. Kimball and then Mr. Williams?
Thank you. And thank you for all your explanation of the motion, Ms. Baker. And I think Ms. Vanderhoeven got to some of my questions, but I'm just gonna rephrase, and then you can just tell me if I've got it wrong. And all I was looking at, because those last two paragraphs on the first page are a little bit hard to decipher, but my understanding is we couldn't do a Western Alaska chum cap without having some way for the agency to provide a target for people that don't have in-season genetic data to show whether they're close to the cap or not. So the whole point of this kind of language is to ensure that people have a number that they can work toward in the season and have it at the start of the season. And then a NIMS ability to verify that they put closures in place if they were supposed to. And so the cap for everybody does not change. That's in regulation, but this is kind of how you work it in season and how NIMS can verify. Did I just get that general concept right?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, and I would just note that is responsive to and one of the barriers, or I'll call it challenges, that the council identified, or excuse me, staff identified when we evaluated the Western Alaska chum PSC threshold a few years ago was exactly what you're talking about. I think I'm remembering that for a regulatorily required verification and potential retroactive penalty, there needed to be a metric that the public sectors could have preseason and use in season to track their progress toward that Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit. And so not all sectors, since not all sectors have in season genetic information to do that, I'm very grateful that we sort of extended our previous work on that Western Alaska chum salmon threshold. I think this approach probably would have been available to us a few years ago if we'd pursued it. But I felt like again, the progress forward and more frequent discussions about the possibility of in-season genetics, which wasn't even really in the conversation a few years ago, and really the really great strides the public fleet has taken over the past couple of years to improve chum salmon avoidance measures in the pollock fishery during the bee season have really sort of naturally led to what I'm proposing here, which Ms. Kimball, you described perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball?
Madam Chair, I had a question on a different topic. If others have questions on this topic, I could pause, but.
Yeah, Mr. Curlin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I did have one related to this. So through the chair, Ms. Baker, the sentence that you have about to the extent data are available and IPA could monitor its Western Alaska chum PSC using in-season genetic data. Am I understanding correctly that your intent here is that this in-season data would be in effect advisory only, that it would be the NIMS provided estimate would be determinative for the ratio of Western Alaska chum to overall chum? Is that what you're getting at?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Curlin. Yes.
Thank you. And I'll go to Mr. Williams before I go back to Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion and the very thorough way you identified the issue, the areas. Just a couple of questions. The 45,000 PSC limit that you've identified, when I remember reviewing this during the DIS, it talked about 50,000, but where was the 45,000 analyzed, or where can I find that, or how do I find that relationship to 50,000 versus 45? I remember the 50K, but I didn't remember that lower number. How did you bring that together?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. And it's important to remember the 45,000 refers to Western Alaska Chum Salmon PSC. And through our evaluation of total Western Alaska Chum PSC limits through alternatives 2 and 3, and for corridor PSC limits through alternative 5, since the purpose and need and focus of this council action always has been on minimizing Western Alaska Chum Salmon PSC, we always had the Western Alaska, where we had the information, the Western Alaska Chum Salmon PSC equivalents, where we were evaluating the impacts of a total Western Alaska Chum PSC limit. And so just to help with that, I probably should have spoken to this, using the general proportion of in the corridor area, the component of Western Alaska Chum Salmon PSC is about 20% of total Chum Salmon PSC. And so a 45,000 Western Alaska Chum Salmon PSC limit using those metrics corresponds to about a 225,000 total Chum Salmon PSC limit by my calculations.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My second question was on the stat areas that are, if a closure happens, if a sector hits its cap and you close 20 stat areas, but you've fixed 4 of those stat areas, and I think you spoke to that. And so I just want to clarify a little bit. Those seem to be the stat areas that the pollock fishery testified to as being kind of the most important for pollock fishing, at least for 2 sectors. They also seem to be the same stat areas that we had testimony from tribal members that those were important in order to create this clear corridor area. And I think that the discussion really was around, do we close areas that have based on rates or based on numbers of fish? And I just am thinking through your rationale here to include these, to fix them in regulation, was really based on some of the testimony we got from tribes that those are the stat areas with the highest numbers of chum, and that you're looking at this as a big deterrent to ever hit the cap, because that is so impactful to people being able to continue to keep their chum numbers low. And if I didn't characterize that rationale well, it just seems like a very distinct choice. And I just guess I need to hear, yes, that's what I did, or no, that's not what I meant, just so I understand the thinking.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, that I did make that distinct choice, and you've described the rationale for that. That was my intent.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Goen and then Mr. Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for all your work on this motion. My question is going to follow up on Mr. Williams' question about the cap. And I heard you say in your description that the likely result of a 45,000 Western Alaska chum cap, looking backwards, was that would have only been hit in 3 of the last 13 years. And then it also looks like the 45,000 covers catch that was coming from all sectors and all clusters rather than just what was in the corridor. Whereas if you look at catch from within the corridor, it would have been closer to 30,000. I just want to better understand, am I characterizing that? Can you speak a little bit more to your choice of the 45,000?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question, and I appreciate that, because I think I did skip over that part. And just to reiterate, I am proposing a limit on Western Alaska chum bycatch, which is of critical importance to meeting our objective for this action. And I think, so many of us have talked about during this meeting. And when assessing PSC amounts at the implementation of a new program, as this would be, this council has a standard practice, like you've referenced, of evaluating how many historical years would have reached the limits under consideration, as opposed to just taking an average. And this reflects my understanding that once a cap is implemented in a program like this, the resulting management structures and operational constraints that we've talked about within the pollock fishery, the apportionment to the sectors, the further apportionment to cooperatives, for example, typically cause fleets to operate well below the chosen limit, the chosen limit by the council, because we build in so many incentives to avoid ever reaching that limit, which I'm also proposing here. And again, the PSC limit, the Western Alaska PSC limit would be implemented separately for each pollock sector. And so it's important, and this is what I did. I'm sorry, I don't have the table number at hand, not just to look, I think this is at the total number of Western Alaska chum PSC, but the sector level impacts once you apportion out the chum salmon PSC, and that's an important consideration in recommending the overall cap. And so it's important to select a cap that can meet the standard of minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable for each sector, while also meeting National Standard 1, while also staying true to our overall objective, of course, to minimize Western Alaska chum PSC. And as you referenced, the 45,000 Western Alaska chum PSC limit, I'm recommending for total chum salmon PSC in the corridor would have come very close to being reached from 4 to 5 of the past 13 years, but again, depending on the sector. And for the fleets that primarily fish in the corridor area, and again, that would be the inshore fleet, the catcher vessel fleet delivering to the shoreside sector and also the mothership sector. I thought it was important to provide a PSC limit that was a bit on the upper end to accommodate these sectors' very significant dependence on that area. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have 2 more questions. Ms. Baker, back to your last exchange with Ms. Kimball about the stat areas, and in particular the fixed areas that you identified for closure. I wonder if you could speak to why you chose to specify fixed areas versus, for example, areas with the highest Western Alaska chum bycatch over a period of time that would be updated over time. And what I'm thinking of is, perhaps 10 years from now, those areas won't have the highest Western Alaska chum bycatch. So could you clarify your thinking on that, please?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the question. I would have loved to have taken that approach rather than specifying specific stat areas and tried to work with staff and see if it was possible to address the concerns that we heard very clearly from tribal representatives and others in testimony about needing to incentivize the fleet paying attention to numbers of Western Alaska chum as well. The issue that I ran into in those discussions, much like we talked about relative to the preseason Western Alaska chum proportion notification to the fleet, our genetics data is not consistently available at a stat area level for each sector. And so I hope we'll get there someday, but I really, because it was for me anyway, an important or basically a critical component of this program, that while if a Western Alaska chum salmon cap is reached by a sector, the IPA would implement the corridor closure, we also have that backstop regulatory requirement that when NIMS verifies, should a Western Alaska chum PSC limit be reached, that the IPA did implement the corridor closure as required, that we needed to have something verifiable. And if we didn't have sector level genetics composition information to confirm the 5 highest areas of Western Alaska chum salmon PSC, for example, if that data wasn't available in the previous year, the IPAs wouldn't be able to know. And I just couldn't find a way with currently available genetic information to get there to allow for a more flexible approach. And consistently, I think I looked at it, I can't remember if I referenced this, but we have a pretty long time series of information in table A2 that highlights the areas that I've included here. Like I said, it's 4 of the 5 stat areas over this time series, 2011 to 2023, that had consistently, even if you're looking at year to year, there's interannual variability. And cumulatively, which we received in some of our testimony, these areas really stood out. And so I didn't see any other way to accomplish my goal to have the regulatory backstop for the corridor closure to definitely include these areas with high Western Alaska chum PSC numbers that we know have been seen in earlier years, and then letting the IPA select the rest of the corridor closure areas. I felt like this was a really important component, and I felt like this was as far as we could go at this point in time.
Thank you. And through the chair, a second question. I wonder if you could speak a bit more to the provision at the end of your motion about changing the date for the herring savings area. You spoke to this a bit in your rationale, but I may have missed it, but I wonder if you could address specifically your thoughts on how that measure is tied to the purpose and need for this action.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. And yes, and this was, I believe if I'm remembering correctly, this option was added to the analysis in February 2025, given, we had a draft DEIS at that time, and we're contemplating total chum salmon PSC limits in a couple different ways, which, based on the analysis which we're now using, which would be used for the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit, the likely outcome of it seemed and particularly for the inshore fleet, catcher vessels delivering to the inshore fleet, of a total chum salmon PSC limit would be restrictions in that corridor area, because we were I'm focusing here on the corridor alternative. And so given the intersector reliance for the way we have set up Western Alaska, the herring PSC program, I think there was a bit of uncertainty how the impacts of any type of chum salmon limit would affect the inshore sector, because particularly if there was a closure or there was a closure in the corridor, or if the fleet was focusing on minimizing chum PSC. Sometimes we know that in those trade-offs, in moving and in taking other chum salmon avoidance measures, they might take more herring PSC than they would have otherwise. And so I think due to the uncertain impacts of the chum salmon PSC measures we were looking at, it was proposed that should the herring PSC limit be triggered in the summer herring savings area, that really the effect of that later in the year is entirely borne by the catcher processor sector, which doesn't, and certainly not at that time of year, fish in the corridor area. And so I think this was an option intended to make a minor adjustment to herring PSC management to acknowledge that implementing chum salmon PSC measures on the whole pollock fishery, but particularly in the corridor area, which heavily impacts the inshore sector, created a bit more uncertainty about how the herring PSC management would work and how the herring savings areas closures might occur. I think that additional uncertainty compounded with the information that I spoke to about at least in some years, there's documentation that the PSC rate, herring PSC rate in the winter herring savings area, because it's open, it hasn't been closed, is actually lower than outside the herring PSC savings area. So the thinking was that a 30-day delay in the trigger of that winter herring savings area would help provide some flexibility in the event to address the uncertainty related to the impacts on the inshore sector of chum salmon PSC measures and help sort of think about then the resulting impacts on the catcher processor sector and try to mitigate those a bit.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple more questions. This one will be on the corridor closure for Western Alaska chum. And can you help me understand that if a corridor closes and then we get higher, the fleet starts getting higher bycatch outside the corridor, what happens? Would that be something we would just see come back in the IPA and then we would decide later if we need to address that?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen. I just want to make sure I understand the question. The Western Alaska chum PSC limit only applies in the corridor. Chum PSC will only accrue during the bee season in that corridor area. So in terms of this proposed motion, yes, that would be the outcome as you've described.
Thanks for clarifying that. Another question is, and tell me if you already explained this in your rationale and I missed it, but can you explain why you did not include an overall hard cap on all chum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, you're helping me out. I skipped over that because I'm doing a lot of talking. Apologies, Madam Chair. Okay, it's not in there. Thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question, and I kind of meant to start with that. We have done pretty extensive analyses throughout this process of a total chum salmon PSC limit, both relative to the total Bering Sea pollock fishery and again with respect to the corridor. And I think the analysis, I can't find it in my notes, but essentially my recommendation, I think there's a table that given that the council's stated purpose and need for this action, again, is really focused on minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And we've heard so much about the composition of total chum salmon PSC in the pollock fishery, and that Western Alaska chum PSC is not the majority genetic composition in total chum salmon PSC, that a total chum salmon PSC limit would be implemented by the fleet. That would be their metric because that is the limit they are given, and that might actually not result in lower Western Alaska chum salmon PSC because the total limit would sort of override the incentives to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon and take advantage of the in-season genetics that we're getting and potentially undermine some of the IPA measures that have been strengthened to really use some of the historical data and the recently available data to try and really get quick action where Western Alaska chum salmon are found. And so the overall finding in the DEIS was my conclusion for a total chum salmon PSC limit, particularly under our alternatives 2 and 3, is it was really uncertain whether Western Alaska chum salmon PSC would be minimized or even reduced at all under a total chum salmon PSC limit. And I think also the testimony we heard supporting that really convinced me that it was more appropriate not to focus on a Bering Sea wide total chum salmon PSC limit, but really focus on the corridor area where, again, all of the information that we have shows that that's where the majority of Western Alaska chum salmon are caught in the pollock fishery.
We're going to go to Mr. Williams next. That's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question can be fairly straightforward here, I hope, but you speak to the fact that chum salmon PSC can be transferred among sectors. And I was sitting here thinking about the eventuality of that process, both in season and then the process I was thinking about, does it include potential for a postseason transfer to reconcile any issues that may have manifested themselves right near the end of the season? Is there, am I viewing this wrong, or how should I look at this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. My intent with noting that Western Alaska chum salmon PSC can be transferred among sectors was intended to be consistent with the transferability provisions for Chinook salmon PSC in the pollock fishery. And to be honest with you, I don't remember if post-season, I can't remember I think it might be possible for specific circumstances and only one time to cover an overage, and that's it. But that's a very non-regulatory way of explaining my understanding, and I'll look to the staff in the audience to see if I really botched that.
I believe that's accurate, Ms. Baker, but yeah, I'm not sure if staff heard the question.
Through the chair, Kate Hoppola with council staff. Ms. Baker, can you remind me if your question is about postseason or post-delivery transfers?
Thank you, Dr. Hoppola. I believe Mr. Williams asked about post-season, but it was essentially what the requirements are.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Williams, for your question. So the analysis, insofar as I recall, is not discussing post-season transfers. The Chinook program that the council has indicated its intent to mirror includes post-delivery transfers, and that would bring the sector's PSC account back up to 0, but not provide additional PSC. But in terms of post-season, after the fishing season has ended, I don't believe the Chinook program includes that, and so we haven't included that within the analysis either.
Thank you for that clarification. Go to Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Baker, this question's under the requirements for incentive plan agreements. And thank you for folding in the pieces from the AP motion. I appreciate that. And I heard your description under number 7. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly because it looks like it's got 2 pieces. So for the genetic stock composition data for coastal Western Alaska and middle upper Yukon chum, that would be for all clusters and all year that would get reported out at the end of the year. Is that correct? Whereas the second part of that number 7 is just for clusters 1 and 2 and for June 10th through August 31st.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I was trying to find the provision to have in front of me. Could you repeat your question? I missed it.
Yep, sure. So it's just on number 7 there under IPAs, and just clarification that the genetic stock composition for both coastal Western Alaska and middle upper Yukon chum is for clusters 1 through 4 all year by all sectors would get reported at the end of the year.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen, I appreciate that. This provision that I'm recommending under number 7 was primarily intended to require the IPAs to report this finer scale genetic information relative to clusters 1 and 2. Because we're so interested in the corridor and again, just understanding not just the Western Alaska chum salmon component in there, but really tracking the coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon. And so I think to answer your question, I was intending to limit this reporting to clusters 1 and 2 because it's intended to be responsive and consistent with the corridor closure that I'm proposing.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And through the chair, on this point, maybe I'll just try to rephrase because I'm interested in what Ms. Goen was saying as well. But my understanding is that this really does hone in on coastal Western Alaska and middle upper Yukon in the corridor, in those clusters during that time period, because we will get the year-end total bee season breakouts from NOAA. We will know in a separate report, but we need to hone in on this particular thing in order to get this information and see whether the IPAs are really using the best available data to support their closures. So that was my understanding of honing in on this piece, Ms. Baker, because we will see the other through the NOAA report every year. Did I get that correct?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, I think it is important that we receive that genetic composition information at the coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon scale. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Any amendments? Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just ask staff to pull up the amendment, please. Thank you. So I propose that the council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with Section 303C. The council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under Section 303C are consistent with these instructions.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr.
Yeah,
Pamplin.
thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. As this is final action, the council has really 2 options for the deeming language here, and this was appropriate from my perspective just to allow NIMS to draft the regulations and then have this come back to the executive director and chair just to verify it is consistent with our intent of what we've done today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there, I'm assuming there are no questions, heard this before, any objection to the amendment? Okay, the amendment passes without objection. So just any further amendment? Oh, and I'll go to comments. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I promise I'll be quiet soon. I just wanted to, I hadn't really, I focused on the mechanics of the motion and rationale for specific elements. I just wanted to take a little bit of time here to make sure, as Mr. Pamplin said, we are at final action and talk a little bit about the anticipated impacts of the preferred alternative I'm proposing here, based on the information in the DEIS and the significant public testimony that we've received on this action. And so the DEIS found that a corridor closure could have a positive impact on Western Alaska Chum PSC relative to no action by vessels preemptively changing their behavior while fishing inside the corridor and or if they're required to move outside of the corridor. And while we've certainly talked about and heard about in testimony, a corridor closure could have negative consequences on fleet movement. I think the preferred alternative that I've proposed here, again, requires a corridor closure of 20 stat areas. That's 50% of the total fishing area. That does provide flexibility to the fleet. It's not a full corridor closure like we considered under Alternative 5, Option 1. And while, again, the analysis cannot quantify potential positive impact on Western Alaska Chum Salmon PSC in the Western science approach that was taken there, I do really want to acknowledge and appreciate the information included in the DEIS, particularly from the cooperating agencies, Tanana Chiefs Conference and Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And again, in the significant and powerful testimony that we heard, that if the proposed alternatives we were looking at for managing Chum Salmon PSC result in only a relatively small increase in the number of returning chum salmon to Western Alaska, there could be broader benefits to communities and ecosystems alike. And the potential reductions in Western Alaska Chum Salmon Bycatch may be able, to make marginal increases in reducing the number of chum salmon PSC that are caught in the pollock fishery and may promote increased returns in a marginal way. And I just really wanted to point out the very significant testimony that we received that really helped me understand, the numbers that we look at in the DEIS in terms of impact rates and AEQs. We're at this table used to thinking about large volumes of fish in tons. And it just became really clear the importance of considering smaller scale salmon fisheries versus the quantities we're used to thinking about. And we heard in testimony that 4 fish were able to provide the needs for a potlatch. And I just wanted to point that out, that was definitely a factor in my consideration here, putting this preferred alternative forward. And again, those potential positive benefits that were outlined could cumulatively aid in broader implications such as enhanced community cohesion and facility of intergenerational knowledge. And so just want to make sure I cover, I think we've already, council members asked good questions. So I think we actually covered a lot of that. And I'm going to switch to, I already covered it a little bit, but less than a full corridor closure, as I'm proposing here, 50% of clusters 1 and 2 is expected to mitigate some of the adverse economic effects for the Pollock sectors as compared to a full corridor closure, like was analyzed in Alternative 5, Option 1. I think this mitigates some of the impacts because it potentially decreases the amount of Pollock catch that would be displaced in the event of a closure due to fewer closed areas, potentially less revenue at risk, provide more options for Pollock fishing to be redistributed to the remaining open areas. And potentially change the magnitude of the consequence of a closure, which could, influence the preemptive measures taken by the fleet to avoid the limit in the first place. And then, because again, this is final action, I just wanted to really briefly, Madam Chair, note that in recommending the preferred alternative, I did consider the requirement to balance the 10 national standards of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And I would note that I believe the preferred alternative that I'm proposing is consistent with the 10 national standards, particularly with National Standard 1 in terms of conservation and management measures required to prevent overfishing while achieving on a continuing basis optimum yield from each fishery, while we have talked about potentially significant, in some cases, constraints on the Pollock fishery achieving its TAC. I think, again, with some of the options we provided, less than a full season, corridor closure, potentially removing the limit and corridor closure if Western Alaska chum salmon abundance is high, balances our goals under this action, again, primarily to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon PSE, with also being consistent with National Standard 1 to achieve optimum yield on a continuing basis and preventing overfishing. So National Standard 2, requirement to use best scientific information available. I won't go through the list of all of the scientific information that we considered in the draft EEIS and here at the table based on testimony, but just really wanted to, again, acknowledge our traditional Western science tools like the AEQ estimates and the in-season weekly genetics and things like that. But this analysis, this DEIS, and I think the action that we'll take today, again, it was fundamentally based on the information shared in the analysis and here in testimony by traditional and Indigenous knowledge holders in terms of the potential impacts of this action. And that was just critical to putting this preferred alternative together. I also think that the preferred alternative would be consistent with National Standard 8, again, balancing some difficult trade-offs, but balancing measures to promote Pollock fishery efforts to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon PSC with the importance of Pollock fishery harvesting, processing, and support services to multiple Alaska coastal communities. And of course, consistent with National Standard 9 to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable through precise, adaptive, and effective tools for managing bycatch. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Further comments? Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Baker, for all your work on this issue. Thankfully, this complex issue is informed by a very robust, comprehensive draft EIS. Just want to thank the authors in the council staff, as well as NIMS and the tribal cooperators for all of their work on the DEIS and analyzing this issue. I also want to sincerely thank all the public comments that we've received, both written and oral testimony, as well as the numerous sidebar conversations that I know I've had this week, as well as the discussions from last February that have helped me understand the severity of the chum salmon crisis here in Alaska, as well as the importance of the pollock sector to local communities in Alaska and a broader regional economy. While we want to reduce chum bycatch overall, I like how this issue is focused at reducing impacts to Western Alaska chum and draws upon those key elements from the draft environmental impact statement, and noting that the majority of the Western Alaska chum bycatch occurs within the corridor that's being proposed. I do have concerns about designating stat areas in regulation. My preference would be to preserve flexibility within the IPA, especially given the amount of interannual variation. I understand the appeal of designating certain stat areas, especially as a way to motivate behavior to stay below the limit, but also recognize that when you dig a little bit deeper into this issue, you can see what happens when the fleet is shifted. Catch per unit effort may drop, and there's a potential to increase Western Alaska chum bycatch. And I recognize, Ms. Baker, you flagged those concerns in your rationale. When I consider this motion as a package, I think Ms. Baker did a great job striking the right balance of the various provisions and options before us and meeting the national standards with this preferred alternative. And for those reasons, I intend to vote in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pamplin and Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Ms. Baker. I know motions like this for big complicated issues are a lot of work, and I really appreciate all the time and work that you put into it. And I don't think we can say thank you enough to our staff and the cooperating agencies who put this together. It was a lot of work. And like Mr. Pamplin, I'd like to thank the public for all of their written and oral comments and sidebar conversations. I found it to be incredibly helpful in thinking about our decision here today. The frustration and sense of loss being experienced was conveyed very clearly and passionately. Similarly, we got great message from industry and their communities who are dependent on pollock about their concerns for the action that we take here and how that might severely lead to instability in their communities and potential harm to them. We also heard a lot of in-river concerns that are not within our jurisdiction or within our authority to change. I wish that we were in a position to be able to help for those issues. I hope that the unity the tribes have found working on this issue carries through, and that it helps them find success in other spaces. The Native culture is very different from my own, and every time we take up an issue like this, every time we go through this at the council, I learn a little bit more about the Native culture, and I appreciate that. Excuse me, I've got a dry spot. I've been fighting this dry spot all day. One thing that I have learned, and I think it was a gentleman from Beaver who had in his comments, we're all equal and we all want the same thing for the betterment of our people. When it comes to the declines in Western Alaska stocks and what impacts and mitigation can come from the pollock fleet in the Bering Sea, we have different opinions. The Western science and traditional knowledge that we have been presented with reach different conclusions. We can't change the past, and debating what caused the chum crash will not change where we are today. The action before us is not a salmon rebuilding plan. I'm skeptical at best that the motion will provide detectable returns in river. If I thought that anything this motion does would provide a meaningful improvement to in-river returns, I would be fully on board. One of the representatives from Coastal Villages said in his testimony, recovery only happens when solutions are grounded in science. And in this case, the science clearly supports a more precise, data-driven approach. It's our job here at the council to look for management measures that comply with applicable laws and national standards. And I think Ms. Baker spoke to those pretty well. I, however, find a different balance and have some concerns there. Also, in public comment, one woman testified and asked us, the ecosystem and our way of life is changing. Why is chum management not changing? And I would respond that it has been changing for decades. Decades ago, we implemented the salmon savings areas, and when we learned better that we could do better with rolling hotspots because it was cleaner fishing inside those areas than outside, we changed. Thank you. Rationalization allowed the fleet to communicate in ways that they couldn't before. That allowed us to improve our chum management. As genetics have come on board and become economically and logistically viable, we've begun to incorporate those. We can't do it for all fleets yet, but we continue to evolve and change our chum management. Adaptive management works. For people who don't live and breathe in the pollock fishery, I understand that the appeal of a hard cap. They sound simple, but hard caps lack precision. And if you set hard caps too low, despite the best tools in the toolbox, you can create a race for fish and end up being the last man standing. And while I fully support the intention of this motion, I will not be supporting it because in my opinion, the benefits are not proportional to the impacts. And it's unclear to me that all of the sectors can make this work. I'm particularly concerned about impacts to the catcher vessel and mothership sectors who have less flexibility in moving around geographically. And I'm concerned for processors and pollock-dependent communities and the impacts that they anticipate from this action that we heard from them. And considering that I can barely talk, I'm going to stop there. So thank you. I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. VanDevere. And we'll go to Mr. Williams next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to echo the thank yous. I won't go through it, but the thank yous that Mr. Pamplin and Ms. VanDevere mentioned for staff and everyone that was here. Those are, it's been a very impressive and very well done process. Similar to Ms. VanDevere, I have some concerns about that the motion results in an action that is potentially too conservative, resulting in unintended and disproportional impacts to small co-ops, smaller boats, nearshore sector, CDQs, coastal communities, and some processors. Ms. Baker described the challenges as she gave us the rationale in her narrative and addressed some of those concerns that I have with some of the actions that she took to try and help with some of those, but I remain concerned. We had a lot of testimony about the co-ops and frankly the IPA management that has been, in my opinion, amazing in recent years trying to address this bycatch issue. I hope that what we do here today doesn't negate or dull any of those impressive actions. I don't know whether it will or it won't, but I have some concerns that it could. Similar to Ms. VanDevere, my background is as a biologist and particularly a salmon biologist gives me some concern that the action we're taking here today may not result and the positive upward trajectory for Western Alaska chum escapements that we've talked about. I say may, I hope that it will, but the reality is that throughout our analysis, and to be right up front and honest, it pointed out in that analysis that in a number of places that the main and most direct impact to Western Alaska chum survival is severe environmental changes that are impacting Western Alaska. We had testimony. I listened intently as some folks that were out on the ground testified about some of those fear and those impacts and the severe nature of them on both ends, the very extreme nature of things that points out that we're dealing in a large part with a lot of weather issues. I'm afraid that we don't hold all of the levers, not just certainly the environmental levers that we can pull to make a difference, but we don't even hold all the levers in relationship to some of the harvest that occurs out there and other fisheries that very directly impact and harvest some of these fish. Given all of that, I support the approach we're taking here, but I am concerned that the unintended consequences may could jump up and bite us. I hope not. I hope this works as we intend it to. But for those reasons, I cannot support the motion today.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tried to write some things down, but I hear the concerns, and I don't even disagree with the concerns of my fellow council members. But I do have a little bit of a different take. I mean, I really appreciate Ms. Baker's explanation of the motion, the kind of creative nature of it, how it meets the purpose of this action and balances the standards we have to meet in the Magnuson Act. I think when it comes down to it, we need to ensure this is a meaningful action and a durable one. That's what I'm looking for. Listening to people describe the expense and the significant burden it is for all people to come to these meetings and provide local knowledge, traditional knowledge, share stories, put input into this process. Like, I know we're all very grateful for that, but that is a huge burden. And so I'm really trying to look for a motion that is balancing all of these factors and durable enough to be approved by the Secretary of Commerce and implemented as soon as possible. That's really, I think, should be a shared goal. I was thinking about how to be brief, but there's just a lot to say here. We've heard how complex this issue is, and then also how simple it is. And I've actually agreed with both of those perspectives throughout our week here. What I appreciate about this motion right now, as I consider my vote, is that it is explicitly informed by and reflects what I think is the best available science, both Western science and Indigenous science. And I think Ms. Baker covered that. Like, we would not be able to do any of this without the NOAA genetics program that we get every year. That is an amazing program. We also wouldn't be able to move in this direction, I don't think, without the BBSRI data that we're starting to see in season. We wouldn't have even considered a corridor at all if tribal members hadn't pushed for that concept early in this process. So I like that all of that is reflected in the motion that we have at hand, and I think it's different from how I came into this meeting looking at the alternatives that were plainly on the table. I think the purpose here is to use that science to ensure that we meet this goal, minimizing Western Alaska chum bycatch as practical. That's our goal under National Standard 9. But more broadly than that, I think it ensures we have a management system that says that we're going to do that every year, like something consistent that people can use to understand that we're not going to have these big swings or changes in the Western Alaska component of the bycatch. And I say that while also supporting the same communities and fleets in Southwest Alaska and in CDQ communities that are dependent on the continued operation of the pollock fishery. That is still at the forefront of my mind, that we are required to look out for those communities. One of the reasons that I think this became a complex issue in our minds is because of the continued, persistent, and frankly increasing hatchery chum component that we have annual genetic data to show that makes up the majority of the bycatch every year, and are at the same time swimming with Western Alaska chum. And I think that this motion actually makes clear that that's not an excuse. It just makes it a more complicated management problem to solve. But it doesn't really mean the problem's insolvable. And I'll try to be brief, but I guess I've come to agree that Ms. Baker's motion, well, it's a modification of alternative 5. I think it's the most direct way to address that issue. I did not want to come to this table and restrict U.S. fisheries to save Russian hatchery chum. I think that's nonsensical. That was an obvious outcome under some of the caps that we had in our DEIS. I think this motion gets us out of that box. It focuses on reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch, which is what we are all trying to do. And so I think we need to seriously consider how far we've come in terms of both our understanding and both our possible outcomes. I did want to say, because I don't want the advisory panel to feel like their work was not helpful. I looked at the motions that failed at the AP, looked at the motion that passed at the AP. I understand that the IPAs are a lot more nimble and responsive to changing conditions on the water. I echo my fellow council members' concerns about that. I do also understand that even if the AEQ analysis is not perfect, it shows the impact of the fishery, as has been stated by the last 2 council members, is relatively low. But the public testimony, from tribal leadership and others on these issues, I think Ms. Baker put it well. The cooperating agencies' work was very effective to help us better understand that in low salmon times, even a low impact rate matters, and that impact rate does increase when salmon returns are very low. So I'm convinced we need some mechanism to control that possibility, some limit. And the importance of identifying a corridor to let salmon pass through during an important migration period was also a very strong point in testimony that I think helped shape this motion. I just want to say, I'm almost done, but in terms of implementation, I really do think it'll work like the Chinook cap, where every sector is going to need to create a buffer so they never reach the portion of their cap. I think Ms. Baker tried to speak to that, because no one will want to trigger that penalty. And I think the change in behavior as a result of that penalty is going to be immediate, and I think it's going to be strong. And I can't speak for all sectors. I've been paying closely attention to the catcher vessel sector. I think it's going to be immediate and strong for catcher vessels, especially those that have to stay close to shore and deliver into Alaska and support Alaska communities. That corridor is their entire fishing grounds, and the closure area includes 4 stat areas where a lot of their catch comes from. That's been stated on the record already. I think that is a huge deterrent to never hit the cap, and Ms. Baker explained that was her purpose, that she made it very clear if that's what she's trying to do. I'm not speaking for other sectors. That deterrent may not be as strong for others, but for catcher vessels, that is going to make vessels pay extremely close attention and be very dialed in on how to avoid Western Alaska chum. So overall, I think this is needed. I think it's going to change behavior. I think it's going to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch, which I'm happy that that's the outcome we're looking at. I think it's going to keep it consistently low. And like others, I very much appreciated that the testimony and the side conversations that contributed to this effort. I'm sure, as per usual, nobody is very happy, but all of the discussions have really helped inform personally where I would come down on this issue, and I think inform the outcome. So I will support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I will be supporting it. I want to align myself with the rationale and comments that you provided, also those of other council members here, especially the buffering process that Ms. Kimball just spoke to. I find that very compelling. Also, just want to take the opportunity, like other council members, to acknowledge public testimony and just share an experience I had yesterday and some thoughts. There was I thought, a really confident, good testimony provided yesterday. I had the opportunity to catch up with that individual in the hallway, and she mentioned that she was nervous, and I get that. I'm nervous here too. But I just want to point out that when people come here and provide information, observations, stories, they're the experts, and we're better for receiving that testimony and that information. So I understand being nervous, but yeah, I'm just very thankful for people providing the information and coming here and being brave. That said, I find this motion is responsive to the purpose and need, and based on my understanding of IPAs and the current state of genetic monitoring of chum salmon bycatch through NIMS and through BBSRI, the outcome of this motion will likely be a reduction in Western Alaska chum bycatch. My hope and my belief is that more of these salmon will make it home to spawn. They'll be in education camps like the one we heard about in testimony. They'll be in family gatherings and potlatches. Maybe they'll be eaten by their historic predators. But what's important to me is that they'll make it back to the peoples and cultures that have historically relied on them. And I hope that this will result in that. And I think Ms. Baker's motion does a very good job of providing for that. So thank you. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Yes, Mr. Garland.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks to Ms. Baker for the very thoughtfully developed motion. Thanks to our council and agency staff for a really impressive analysis and presentations. Thanks to our 3 cooperating agencies on the EIS. And thanks to everyone who took time to submit written comments and/or testify. This is such a difficult issue. The salmon crash has had devastating effects in Western Alaska. And it's been heartbreaking to hear the stories about how the lack of salmon has affected people's lives, their food security, traditions, culture, and well-being. It's also been moving to be reminded about the socioeconomic benefits of the pollock fishery. The family businesses that operate catcher boats, the seafood processing capacity in many remote areas that really needs a steady flow of pollock to make it possible to process other species for smaller scale fisheries, and the ways that the community development quota programs improve people's lives in 65 Bering Sea communities. Throughout the development of this action over the past few years, I haven't heard anyone question the seriousness of the salmon crisis in Western Alaska, but clearly, there are differences of opinion over the extent to which reducing bycatch may help salmon runs to recover. The science is clear that unfavorable ocean conditions rather than bycatch are the dominant forces affecting salmon returns. But even so, the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires the Council and the National Marine Fisheries Service to ensure that each fishery management plan continues to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable, even when other factors are affecting the species that are caught as bycatch, and even if it's not clear that these measures will have a substantial benefit in advancing the recovery of in-river fisheries. Another consideration here, which others have mentioned, is the prevalence of Asian and Russian fish in the total amount of chum bycatch, which greatly complicates the management decision before this council. Nobody wants to impose costly restrictions on the pollock fishery if doing so would fail to benefit Western Alaska. In my view, Ms. Baker's motion accounts for all those factors and strikes a very reasonable balance. It reaffirms support for the IPA measures from Alternative 4 that the industry has developed and implemented so successfully, and it adds a bit more transparency to IPA reporting as recommended by the advisory panel. The motion draws from Alternative 5 to target measures on the corridor that is most important to Western Alaska chum, and it sets chum PSC limits that use best available information to focus on bycatch of Western Alaska chum rather than overall chum. And this responds to public comment that an overall chum PSC limit would not be consistent with the purpose and need for this action. The motion also builds in some operational flexibility for each sector of the pollock industry to have a say in which stat areas to close in clusters 1 and 2 if their PSC limits are exceeded. Collectively, these measures spread the burden of PSC reductions across sectors, although I acknowledge that the catcher vessel sector in particular may have a hard time adjusting to these measures as compared to other sectors. I'd like to just briefly mention the importance of the in-season genetic data for sectors to be able to manage their efforts to avoid the PSC limit and also to inform the selection of the closure areas if the limit is reached. That information is incredibly valuable and I think will continue to be so. And finally, I'll note that the council in this action has taken into account all of the Magnuson-Stevens Act national standards. As Ms. Baker mentioned, I will try not to overlap with things she said, but just augment a little bit. This action also considers National Standard 7 in trying to minimize costs where practicable. And with regard to National Standard 9, although Ms. Baker did speak to that, in this case, mindful of the requirement to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable, also noting that while the requirement applies to all bycatch, including non-Western Alaska chum, the council is exercising appropriate discretion in prioritizing Western Alaska chum alongside Chinook, while also accounting for the practicability of minimizing bycatch of other species, including non-Western Alaska chum and herring. So those are my comments, Madam Chair, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for your work on this motion. Like others around the table, I want to acknowledge the massive amount of work done by the analysts for this action, including the tribal cooperating agencies. I suspect you made sacrifices to your family, your community, and your health to bring this important body of work together for this action, and thank you for your dedication and work. I also want to thank all the testifiers and those that provided written comments, taking time out of their lives and spending money to come here and speak up. We're especially fortunate to have so many elders here to share their stories and their knowledge. The depth and breadth of knowledge that was shared at this meeting by all sides is incredible. And the sheer number of people engaging on this issue, from remote villages in Alaska to captains in the Bering Sea to members of Congress in DC, speaks to the importance of this issue and the need to find a meaningful solution. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge that many testimonies we heard over the last few days from people who have lost loved ones to the complex issues facing the people of Western Alaska. Thank you for being brave enough to speak up, to be vulnerable, and to share your story. To share my thought process as we've digested all this information from the analysis, comments, testimony, and hallway conversations over the last few months, I'm trying to find a middle ground, find a balance among interests, create incentives to do better, provide accountability, and provide meaningful protections for Western Alaska chum salmon. And there is a way to do that, but I do not think this motion gets us fully there. I agree with many parts of the motion, including the flexibility for the trawl fleet, the focus on Western Alaska chum for the cap, and only closing a subset of the stat areas. However, I do not think this motion goes far enough to find the balance of meaningful protections for Western Alaska chum. In looking for the balance in my mind, we need to look at what will allow all sectors of the pollock fishery to achieve their allocation and what will provide meaningful protections for Western Alaska chum at times and in areas where there's an important migration corridor. And while we know that bycatch of chum salmon in the pollock fishery is not the only factor affecting Western Alaska chum salmon, it is one that this council has control over and has an opportunity to do our part to address. The pollock industry has taken great strides over the past 3 years to significantly reduce chum bycatch through improved communication, continued use of rolling hotspots, and exciting in-season genetics work in partnership with BBSRI, and that deserves recognition. However, we've also seen since implementation of the Chinook cap that without additional incentives, at times the pollock industry bycatch of chum salmon is quite high, upwards of 500,000 in 221. Therefore, additional measures beyond just IPA management and Alternative 4 are needed to create incentives to keep Western Alaska chum bycatch low and to hold the fleet accountable. So turning to this motion that's in front of us today, I appreciate that it's focused on reducing Western Alaska chum in line with the purpose of this action, and that it does so by focusing a corridor cap or trigger on Western Alaska chum only instead of all chum, which could have been problematic given the volume of overseas hatchery fish. I also appreciate that it proposes a subset of 20 stat areas to close if the cap is hit instead of all 40. Because of this, under any cap, this action would not close down the pollock fishery. Rather, it ensures that there's still some areas for the shore-based and mothership vessels to fish so they can catch their pollock while providing a level of protection for Western Alaska chum. Making sure the shore-based and mothership pollock fisheries aren't closed completely out of the fishing areas helps the economy of those vessels, many of which are small independent harvesters and family businesses, and it helps processors, CDQ, and communities that rely on pollock. And I think that's an important point. This action under any cap level would not close down the pollock fishery. Instead, if the cap is hit, it would move them into other nearby areas within clusters 1 and 2 to catch their pollock. We need to be careful, though, with those 20 stat areas, if closed, that they truly create a corridor to protect migrating Western Alaska chum salmon and keep the total numbers of bycatch down, not just the rates. And I look forward to seeing future IPA reports providing that information. The place that this motion falls short in my mind is the corridor cap. A Western Alaska chum cap at 45,000 is too high. That is close to the low end of the analysis for a 50,000 overall chum cap. Using a middle of the road approach, I think the cap should be based on when the shore-based and mothership fleets would have hit the cap about half the time and create a strong incentive. Catcher vessels can more easily fish outside clusters 1 and 2 if needed, so I think the focus should be on the catcher vessels and motherships. In looking at tables 3-15 and 3-29 in the analysis, the past performance of those fleets can be estimated can be used to estimate that the pollock fishery would have hit a Western Alaska cap at least half the time. The number equates to roughly 20 to 25,000 Western Alaska chum. In my view, that is where the balanced middle ground approach lies. I know the tribes would prefer a much lower cap than that, given the dire situation chum salmon are in, and the pollock industry would prefer one much higher. I could probably have gotten behind up to a 30,000 Western Alaska chum corridor cap, recognizing there's some error in the in-season estimation of bycatch for the pollock fleet, but anything higher than 30,000 Western Alaska chum is too high, in my opinion. By using 20 to 30,000 Western Alaska chum cap, we can estimate the percentage of displaced pollock to be roughly 3 to 4% of overall harvests, which is a negligible amount of annual fleet operations, especially given they can likely still catch that pollock in nearby areas. This motion is a license to kill 45,000 Western Alaska chum, when we have information showing that every salmon that comes back to Western Alaska rivers counts, and that any effective plan must meaningfully reduce chum bycatch, especially during low abundance years. Every female salmon holds the potential to release thousands of eggs that can grow exponentially to feed in-river communities and to keep their cultures alive. The narrative that pollock bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon is less than 2% of the problem, inferring that it is therefore inconsequential, is not in touch with the reality that every salmon helps the population when it's this low. And 2% is tens of thousands of salmon. Every salmon gives the potential of recovery for a people intrinsically tied to its existence and desperately in need of those chum returning to their rivers. Each salmon returning to the river can feed a family. We also heard concern that the cumulative impacts of the many decades of bycatch is not known and is not captured in the draft environmental impact statement, which may underestimate the effects the pollock fishery has had on Western Alaska chum salmon and the communities that depend on it. I might have even gotten behind a higher Western Alaska cap at 40 to 50,000 if the corresponding consequence or closure was more severe, such as all 40 stat areas or more measures actually put in regulation. But this motion is only closing a subset of clusters 1 and 2 and still allows flexibility for the pollock fleet to keep fishing. If we're allowing this much flexibility to the pollock fleet, which I personally think we should, then we should have a meaningful cap that is low enough to create strong incentives to guide behavior and continue to encourage innovation and improvements in the genetics work, salmon excluders, and other fishing practices. Regarding a hard cap, like proposed in alternative 2 or 3, I like the idea of something to keep bycatch from getting out of hand among all of the clusters 1 through 4. But ultimately, I do not think a hard cap on all chum would be as effective and targeted as reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch as the corridor cap and measures to protect migration routes paired with the risk of substantially harming the pollock industry and the CDQ communities and processors that rely on it. We as a council have a responsibility to take meaningful action today. We also have a responsibility to strive to do better for the ecosystem as a whole to keep fisheries sustainable. We heard a lot in testimony about the imbalance in the ecosystem, whether in the watershed with lack of salmon affecting eagles, bears, and wolf behavior, or out in the ocean between pollock, herring, salmon, halibut, habitats, crab, and other species. We heard about the work being done with gravel to gravel to address in-river issues, but that fails to address impacts happening in the ocean. I look forward to the Council's Ecosystem Committee, which starts to meet again next month to continue to improve how we manage ocean fisheries from an ecosystem perspective. We heard many comments about the need to share the burden of conservation, that we need a balance and to all be doing better. Both the pollock industry and the subsistence fisheries in Western Alaska are heavily regulated. The difference is that many of the subsistence fisheries have been under a moratorium for several years and can't even harvest salmon to feed their families, which seems counter to Alaska's state constitution to provide priority for subsistence harvest. The scale of what's happening in these two fisheries is in stark contrast. So much so that I would say the net benefit to the nation under National Standard 1 is higher under a lower Western Alaska corridor cap, because the pollock industry can still catch their tack and more Western Alaska chum are likely to make it to the rivers, which would benefit subsistence fisheries in accordance with National Standard 8 for communities. The greatest overall benefit to the nation includes the protection of marine ecosystems and food production, where net benefits include not only economic, but also social and ecological factors, not just the monetary value or weight of fish harvested. The aim is to balance sustainable seafood supply, economic stability for fishing communities, and long-term ecological health. A corridor cap in the 20 to 30,000 range maximizes those benefits to the nation for both salmon and pollock, while also complying with National Standard 9 to reduce bycatch. A couple of final points. We heard several ideas around how to better include local knowledge and traditional knowledge, also called LKTK, in the process. I, as one council member, would like to see us continue to do better in that regard and to build on our LKTK protocol. We've heard ideas like providing a person with LKTK on the council or on the SSC to be complementary to Western science. Another idea was to provide LKTK reports under B reports to the council. I am really pleased to see the communication at this meeting happening between the tribes and the pollock industry. I think talking through these issues is the best way to find solutions, and I encourage those conversations to continue and to foster respectful, safe spaces to listen and better understand each other. We often hear the fishing industry and processors coming forward with a unified ask. We're used to that. But I want to also recognize the unified voice we heard from tribal members and representatives from over 150 tribes at this meeting with one ask. I'm sure that was a tremendous amount of work and coordination, and it's powerful to hear. For the herring savings area start date change, I encourage the final environmental impact statement to include information on the impacts to overfished snow and blue king crab. I also encourage the final EIS to include information on expected impacts to crab mortality, not just crab PSC, due to the expected movement of the pollock fleet from this action and given bottom contact by the gear. And we covered some of that during the staff questions earlier. In closing, I appreciate the great strides made by the pollock industry in recent years to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch and the great strides made by the tribes to address all fisheries that take Western Alaska chum as bycatch, including Area M, and to restore in-river conditions for salmon where needed. For our part, we as a council have a responsibility to take meaningful action today and an obligation as decision makers for a public resource to find the best balance for all users and for the affected fish stocks. I want to be clear and reiterate that I was looking for a motion that would allow all pollock sectors to fish and to catch their tack while creating a strong incentive to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch during important times and areas of migration. I do not think this motion goes far enough to get there. The Western Alaska chum salmon cap should be low to create a strong incentive to avoid those salmon and to better comply with the purpose and need for this action and with National Standards 1, 8, and 9. Therefore, I cannot support the motion.
Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I'd like to align my comments with Mr. Ritchie and Ms. Kimball here. But most of all, I want to thank the tribal community, the cooperating agencies that participated, and the public members that have come from far reaches of our state and beyond, that have been so significantly impacted by the action in front of us. And my hope and belief is that the balance that we've struck here with this motion, and I truly hope that it accomplishes the goal of returning more salmon, Western Alaska chum salmon, to our rivers. I believe it, and I'm particularly grateful for the elders that have addressed this body, the wisdom that they've shared. I think we all learn from that. As Ms. VanDevere mentioned, she learns every time we have a meeting and a gathering relative to mine and others' native culture. And I think that's all positive. I think it's that aspect of it is very positive. It's been very, for me personally, it's wonderful. In one sense, the silver lining to an action like this, I guess, is I get to see many of you that I've sat on the banks of your rivers with, and I, to the extent, and Ellie, you can understand some of the issues that are going on in your rivers. I've sat there with you. I've been there, when you had fish in your smokehouses, and I seriously take it to heart, and the heartfelt, testimony that each of you gave. And as Alaska Native that's fortunate enough to subsist and put fish up every year, as I live in Southeast, I know how important that is to me, how important that is to my family, and passing that on to my children. I get that. And my heart is ripped out, to speaking with all of you that are living in the rivers right now that don't have that same ability that I have living in Southeast now. That I don't want that to be lost on this conversation at all. And I truly believe that every one of us sitting around this table today has a similar gut-wrenching feeling when we're dealing with this, and the severity of our people in the state of Alaska that has lived for thousands of years on this species and not have them not be available. That is extremely hard for me to not only comprehend, but also to the realization of this. I really, truly hope that this action has created an incentive for the fleet to change behavior, and we have the outcomes that we all desire, and that is to put more Western Alaskan chum into the river system. It's been a delicate balance, and the work that Ms. Baker put into this motion, I think everybody recognizes has been, I'm sure it's been daunting and it's extremely complicated and a huge document to support the balance that I think she struck. And again, I want to close on, I think this is going to have, also as a commercial fisherman, incentives like this would certainly change my behavior as a commercial fisherman. So my hope is those goals are achieved with this. And I just thank everybody that's been involved, including the cooperating agencies, to help develop this document. And again, to repeat it, some of the most valuable for me has been the discussions with the elders that come in from the villages that I always learn from. But so again, with that, Madam Chair, I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Of course, I want to thank the staff for all the hard work, as well as the public for providing all sorts of variety of different information that was very important to me in helping me decide what to do in this particular issue. I'm fortunate and unfortunate, I think, that I have connections to a wide range of people with many different perspectives. Having my CDQ background requires me to balance all species in the Bering Sea. We're fortunate that we not only have pollock, but we have crab, we have all the different species that needs to be balanced. My board members all live in the 20 communities that we serve in Western Alaska and the Yukon Delta, and their top priority is always subsistence. Yet, I realize that we earn desperately needed funds to provide for the economic development of the 20 communities that live in some of the poorest conditions in Alaska. We're not out here to give handouts, but we do believe that this program and the fishery does provide a meaningful hand up to help in their economic development efforts. After reading the DEIS and listening to the AP motion, I could not support alternatives 2, 3, or 5 as initially presented. Caps based solely on all chums, in my mind, do not meet the purpose and need statement. And additionally, bad actors, other countries with hatchery releases, could easily increase the output of hatchery chums to change some of these ratios for probably a fraction of the overall benefit they might gain from doing so and shutting our industry out of the markets. But however, as Ms. Baker noted, the DEIS says that a corridor closure would or potentially would have a positive impact on Western Alaska chums. And I especially appreciated the traditional knowledge that helped guide the council in setting some of these corridors. Ms. Baker's motion alleviates my concern of using limits or caps based on all chums, including hatchery fish, yet it still takes action that benefits Western Alaska chums. I want to also commend the industry for their work on technologies such as excluders. I was able to go to Nova Scotia last year and watch how the excluder development process was moving forward. Things like the genetic work that happened really after this issue started. I know that my hope is that it will be incorporated to better target what is important to us, and that's Western Alaska chums, not the hatchery chums. But of course, at the same time, I believe this motion also makes clear to the industry that they will be held accountable for bycatch of Western Alaska chums, now backstopped by a penalty if they do not do so. So this action, I believe, will lower bycatch of Western Alaska chums. The impact rates tell us that this measure will not fully resolve the salmon crisis in Western Alaska on its own, but it does contribute to mitigating our portion that we can mitigate. This also will allow the fisheries to continue while continually incentivizing using all information possible to reduce the bycatch of Western Alaska chums. So thank you, Ms. Baker. I know that threading the needle on this one is very difficult. I believe this is a very elegant solution in a sense that it addresses many of the boxes that I needed to check off in order to be able to support a motion. And so therefore, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. I think we've heard from everyone. So just take a couple minutes here. I greatly appreciate and feel very privileged to have heard all the testimony and shared stories this past week. And throughout the years from in-river users, tribal representatives, CDQ groups, industry representatives, and as well as all the local and traditional knowledge that has informed our decision-making. So this is the most challenging issue I've worked on during my time in this process. I've been on the council for a little over 3 years and was on the AP for 6 years before that. So the complexity of the high presence of hatchery fish on the grounds, the different knowledge bases, fishing operations, and very disparate perspectives on how best to meet the purpose of this action. I believe this motion is durable and enforceable and reflective of input from both sides, and has maintained a clear focus on Western Alaska salmon. It creates strong incentives that I believe will result in behavioral change to avoid Western Alaska chum, a component of which is bound for the Yukon River. I think it's important to note that this council will likely not be taking this step without traditional knowledge shared over the past 2 years, considering the past challenges that other councils have had in reconciling the Western science and analyses showing limited impact. I understand that this action will come at a cost to industry and challenge both the fishing sectors and the science to be more responsive than they have had to be before. But given the prolonged declines in Western Alaska chum, these measures are appropriate. I'm confident, based on what we've heard, that industry has the tools through IPAs to focus on Western Alaska chum avoidance, and that these tools will continue to evolve. And importantly, this action will not penalize the pollock sector for its frequent and unpredictable encounters with hatchery chum, which make up the vast majority of bycatch. This issue was a key complexity of this action, and trying to set a cap that incorporated this risk clearly would have created perverse incentives that may have led to increases in Western Alaska chum bycatch. So we have a thorough analysis of cap levels and closure areas in the DEIS, and I believe we can reasonably understand the effects of this decision. This motion is reflective of the various alternatives analyzed to date, as well as the significant public testimony that we've received. The impacts of a Western Alaska chum cap on Western Alaska chum bycatch, fleet, and communities was effectively analyzed under Alternative 5. This motion critically removes the constraints and conflicting incentives caused by the influx of hatchery fish on the grounds. I want to thank our analysts, the NIMP staff who have worked on the DEIS, and our administrative team. Dr. Hapala and Sarah Marinan in particular have shown tremendous professionalism and dedication. Thank you. I also want to thank the cooperating agencies for helping to guide the incorporation of traditional knowledge into the analysis. This is an iterative and new process for us, one that we learned a great deal from, but their contributions were critical and a critical step in helping the council having a more holistic understanding of this action and I'm sure future actions. And thanks to my colleague, Ms. Baker, for all of her work and the thoughtfulness that she's put into navigating pathways to improve upon our management through her work on this action over the past 3 years. I think it's really important to recognize how critical of a priority this was for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and her expertise and leadership has been invaluable to this council and process. So thank you. So with that, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, calling the roll on the motion on the table, amended motion on the table to select a preferred alternative for Western Alaska chum bycatch limits by sector with a corridor closure and requirements for IPAs. Ms. Goen,
No.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mueller,
Yes.
Mr. Pamplin,
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie,
Yes.
Mr. Sukata,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
No.
Mr. Williams,
No.
Ms. Drobnica. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
That motion passes 8-3.
Thank you. Any further action on C2? Okay. Seeing none, let's take a half-hour break and we'll come back and we will start our C3 agenda item. And a reminder to the public, we've dropped staff tasking. So we will take up our Cook Inlet agenda item and then we will adjourn for the day. Thank you. Did I say we're going to come back at 2 p.m.?
Hey, this is just a sound check to make sure you can hear me. This is Diana.
Council members, please come back to order. So we are ready to begin our staff presentation on agenda item C3. And I think we have Dr. Stram.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. This is Diana Stram, council staff. I will introduce the other presenters and then give you an overview of the action required for you under C3 Cook Inlet Salmon. Online, you also have Dr. Lucas De Filippo from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and he'll be walking through the main PowerPoint of the overview of the Cook Inlet Salmon Safe Report. You also have a number of regional office staff that are also available for questions. Dr. Rich Brenner, Ms. Gretchen Harrington, Mr. Doug Duncan, and Mr. Adam Zaleski. The actions before you then are to review and approve the 2026 Salmon Stock Assessment and Fishery Evaluation Report for the salmon fisheries of the Cook Inlet EEZ. In doing so, you would then be recommending also the final 2026 harvest specifications. That includes both the tier levels, OFLs, and ABCs that have been recommended to you by the SSC. You took up that SSC report on Saturday, and it is posted to your e-agenda for the council. And then in addition to that, the 2025 overfishing status in relation to status determination criteria, and then specifically recommending the total allowable catch levels for each of the 7 salmon stock species. The SAFE report is posted to your agenda, as is this PowerPoint that Dr. De Filippo will be walking through. I would also note for information, there is an environmental assessment that is posted to your agenda. That is the NEPA document that's used to support proposed and final harvest specifications, but all the information that is contained in that is also contained in the SAFE report, so you don't need to review that separately. With that, unless there are available any other questions on the actions before you, I would turn it over to Dr. De Filippo to walk through the SAFE report.
Dr. De Filippo, are you online?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me okay?
No, we can't actually. Could you get closer to your microphone?
How's this?
A lot better, thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, like Dana said, my name is Dr. Lucas De Filippo. I'm the stock assessment lead for the Cook Inlet Salmon, and I'm just going to walk through kind of a high-level overview of the assessment that was presented to the SSC earlier in the meeting to kind of highlight some of the changes that have been made to the assessment methodology that will hopefully provide some context for the recommendations that were provided earlier. If you would advance to the next slide, please.
Hey, Lucas, you should have availability to advance the slides yourself if you just want to click on the screen.
So just to highlight some of the changes to the assessment methodology for this year, following guidance from the 2025 SSC meeting and a 2025 stock assessment modeling workshop that took place for Cook Inlet Salmon, the 2026 preseason assessment framework for preseason stocks is based on a new Bayesian approach. If you recall, in past years, the preseason OFL has been informed by a preseason forecast of run size and expected state harvest rate, which are both based on time series models fitted using the Auto ARIMA package in R. And then the OFL to ABC buffers are derived using a 10-year retrospective assessment of forecast skill, specifically with respect to the propensity for over forecasting the OFL. For 2026, these preseason predictions of run size and state harvest are produced using Bayesian forecast models, which propagate the uncertainty in each of these projections to create a posterior distribution of the OFL values, which can then be leveraged to inform OFL to ABC buffers based on kind of probabilistic inference about the risk of exceeding the true OFL under a given ABC value. So just to illustrate this, if you imagine this pink distribution on the right-hand side of the screen here is our posterior of preseason OFL. At the median of this distribution, there's a 50% chance that the true OFL would be below this value and a 50% chance that the true OFL is above it. So setting the ABC here would effectively represent a risk-neutral approach. Alternatively, at the 40th percentile of this distribution, there would be a 40% chance that the true OFL is below this value, which one could use to inform the ABC if you had a slightly more risk-averse view. And so to extend this kind of across the entire distribution, you can think of each percentile of the OFL distribution as representing a given risk level of exceeding the true OFL if the ABC were to be set at that value. In addition to presenting this kind of percentile or P-star adjacent approach to OFL to ABC buffers, for continuity with previous assessments, we were also advised to continue providing the retrospective method for informing OFL to ABC buffers as a sort of default approach, but based on a longer retrospective window of 25 years instead of the 10 years used previously. And this was to avoid some of the issues arising from overly influential years and data points in driving the buffer calculations that were noted during the 2025 assessment. We also made some changes to the Tier 3 assessment methods based on SSC recommendations from last year, which largely centered on how to deal with missing escapement data from indicator stocks when making a postseason overfish determination. The specific recommendation was just that in years where an indicator stock's escapement index is missing or incomplete, that index should not be counted towards the aggregate cumulative escapement, and the escapement goal for that stock should not be counted towards the aggregate escapement target, or MSST. And this has been implemented for the 2026 postseason status determination criteria for Tier 3 stocks, which we'll see a little bit later. So this slide here is just providing a postseason summary from 2025, looking at our postseason status determination criteria for Tier 1 and Tier 3 stocks. For Tier 1 stocks, for both Kenai and Kasilof sockeye, the EEZ harvest rates were well below the maximum fishing mortality threshold, and the cumulative escapement was above MSST, indicating that neither of these stocks were subject to overfishing in 2025 or in an overfish status. For Tier 3 stocks, the cumulative harvest across the generation was below the postseason OFL for all stocks, which indicates that none were subject to overfishing in 2025. And for the aggregate sockeye and aggregate Chinook stocks, which are Tier 3 complexes with indicators, the cumulative escapement for the indicator stocks was above MSST, indicating that they were not in an overfish status in 2025. While indicator stocks exist for aggregate coho as well, the escapement indices for both of the indicator stocks that are used for coho were missing or incomplete in 2025 and several years prior, and so an overfish status could not be reliably assessed this year. And this slide is just showing the 2025 fishery performance relative to the preseason status determination criteria for 2025, which kind of gives a sense of how the in-season management and accountability measures performed. And I'll just summarize that all of the catch was well below TAC, ABC, and OFL for the 2025 season for all stocks. So for 2026, I'm just going to walk through the preseason assessments for our Tier 1 stocks to see kind of how some of these changes to assessment methodology played out. Starting with Kenai late run sockeye here. The Bayesian AR1 model predicted a median run size of just over 4.75 million fish with a median projected state harvest rate of 47%, which led to a preseason OFL or potential yield of 1.28 million fish. The retrospective method of buffer determination using that longer 25-year retrospective window resulted in a buffer of around 54% and a resulting ABC of just over 590,000 fish. And I'll just note that the SSC recommended essentially reducing this buffer by 0.5, resulting in a recommended buffer of 27% and an associated ABC of 937,993 fish. We did conduct a comparison of kind of how this new approach stacked up to last year's based on the auto-ARIMA method and the 10-year retrospective window, which is shown in the table here. The new models resulted in a pretty similar prediction of run size and preseason OFL, but a much larger buffer of around 0.6 for the older method. And this value is pretty similar to what was presented last year under this approach, with which the SSC expressed concern over as being kind of overly influenced by a small number of influential data points and years, and ultimately wasn't actually adopted for recommendation for the final OFL to ABC buffer. As I mentioned earlier, we also produced a percentile or kind of P-star adjacent approach to buffer determination, where we evaluated setting the ABC at percentiles of the preseason OFL distribution ranging from 10 to 49%, which essentially represent risk levels of exceeding the true OFL at a given ABC level. And we can actually map the retrospective buffer and associated ABC value onto this table, which suggests that the ABC derived by the retrospective buffer has between a 25 to 26% chance of being above the true OFL based on the posterior distribution of OFL pre. You can also see where the buffer recommended by the SSC sits on this table, which has approximately a 38% chance of the associated ABC being above the true OFL. And just to kind of provide some context for these numbers, I've got a paper that was published a couple years ago by Satterthwaite and Shelton, where they were exploring applying similar P-star based methods for federally managed West Coast salmon stocks. And in their analyses, they evaluated P-star levels of 0.4 and 0.45 in their study, based on a precedent for these values having been used by the Pacific Fishery Management Council for groundfish and coastal pelagics. And they also noted that values of 0.33 and 0.35 have been considered in risk-averse scenarios. Although the authors did note that at the time of writing their paper, those values had never been adopted by the Pacific Fishery Management Council for management. So in addition to providing context from previous studies like we just saw, I also conducted some preliminary retrospective analyses to look at potential trade-offs between yield and risk of exceeding the OFL under this range of P-star values. We conducted one-year ahead forecasts of preseason OFL and selected ABC based across the full range of P-star values considered, and then looked at how the resulting ABC scaled across these P-star levels relative to the true preseason OFL or potential yield for that year. So each panel here represents 1 year of this retrospective analysis, and the orange line shows ABC as a function of P-star levels from 0.1 to 0.49 applied to the forecasted preseason OFL. The dashed black horizontal line in each panel is the true OFL or potential yield for that year. And so in places where the orange line crosses this horizontal dashed line, those are cases where the ABC at a given P-star level would have exceeded the true OFL. And then in each panel, the dotted gray vertical line is the approximate P-star level that's implied by the NIMP SAFE team's recommended retrospective buffer that we saw earlier. And then the solid vertical line is the approximate P-star level implied by the SSC's recommended buffer level. So you can see that there's a lot of variation among years, but in general, there's relatively low risk or frequency of exceeding the true OFL at P-star levels corresponding to either of the NIMP SAFE team or the SSC's recommended buffer levels for 2026. So moving on to Gasilov next, which is our other Tier 1 stock. For 2026, the Bayesian AR1 model predicts a median run size of just under 1.4 million fish, with a median projected state harvest rate of 38.8%, which results in a preseason OFL or potential yield of around 617,000. The retrospective method of buffer determination using the longer 25-year retrospective resulted in a buffer of around 41% and a resulting ABC of around 363,000. And similar to Kenai, the SSC recommended reducing this buffer by 0.5 to a level of around 20%, which resulted in a recommended ABC of just under 490,000. Like for Kenai, we compared this to last year's methodology based on the Ottawa-Rima models and a 10-year retrospective, which resulted in pretty similar forecasts of run size, but a much larger buffer of over 89%. And this value is pretty similar to what was presented in 2025 under this approach, which again, the SSC expressed concern over being overly large and likely influenced by a small number of influential data points and years. and ultimately was not adopted for their final recommended harvest specs. For seal-off, as we saw for Kenai, we also produced a kind of percentile-based or P-star adjacent approach to buffer determination for this stock, where we evaluated P-star levels ranging from 0.1 to 0.49. And we can also map the retrospective buffer and associated ABC across this range of P-star levels, which suggests that the ABC derived via the retrospective buffer has between a 17 to 18% chance of being above the true OFL based on the posterior distribution of OFL pre. You can also see where the SSC's recommended buffer fits in here, which has an approximate P-star level associated with it of around 0.34. Both of which would be considered relatively precautionary based on the range of values considered in similar previous applications of this type of method. Applying the same retrospective analysis of P-star performance for seal-off as we saw for Kenai, where we look at how the ABC scales with P-star relative to the true preseason OFL or potential yield. As before, the dashed black horizontal line in each panel is the true OFL or potential yield for that year. And so in places where the orange line crosses this horizontal dashed line, those are cases where the ABC at a given P-star level would have exceeded the true OFL. The approximate P-star level implied by the NIMP safe team's recommended buffer is shown by the vertical dotted gray line, and that of the SSE's recommended buffer is shown by the solid vertical gray line. And similar to Kenai, you can see that P-star levels corresponding to the recommended buffers for 2006 generally would have resulted in exceeding the true OFL relatively infrequently based on this retrospective analysis.
Dr. Dave Filippo, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to, we're going through the presentation pretty quickly and wanted to notify the public if you're wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of this presentation and we'll go right into public testimony at the conclusion. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Totally fine. So just to kind of wrap things up here, this is a summary of the 2026 preseason status determination criteria proposed by the NIMP SAFE team, noting where recommendations from the SSE differed from those of the SAFE team for Kenai and Seal-off sockeye, as we just saw, and also for Tier 3 coho, where a 60% buffer was recommended in place of the 75% buffer used last year, and which was initially recommended by the SAFE team for 2026. And I'll just note that harvest specs for the other Tier 3 stocks are otherwise, for the most part, identical to last year's, with the only exception being the different set of status determination criteria for pinks, owing to the fact that odd and even year lineages are assessed separately and have a separate set of status determination criteria. So with that, I think wrap it up here, and I can take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. I'll see if there are questions from council members. Seeing none, we appreciate the presentation. So that brings us to public testimony on C3. It looks like we have 25 people signed up. As a reminder, the public, individuals, and companies will have 3 minutes to testify, organizations and associations 6 minutes. We are reaching the end of our meeting here, and we've only noticed through today, so we will have to conclude business today. So we'll have to be very strict on time limits. If your timer comes up, I will ask you for a concluding statement, and I'll limit council questions to 1 each at this point. So we'll begin with Robert Wolfe, followed by Samuel Schimmel. And is Robert online? Great. Please unmute yourself, Robert. Can you press *6, please?
Hello, my name's Robert Wolfe. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. Please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robert Wolfe, I'm a drift gill netter. I've been in the Cook Inlet fishery for 46 years. Past 13 years, I've ran a direct market processing facility with direct market sales to locals and tourists in Homer. For this reason, I fish almost exclusively in the EEZ. I am a Kenai Peninsula commercial fisherman. It is how I make a living and contribute to my community and the nation. This fishery is my lifelong endeavor, economically and socially. A need for extra time is evident by our not yet harvesting past total allowable catches. The TAC has increased in numbers, yet no adjustment for opportunity to harvest near the full TAC have been addressed. This need for extra time is also based on the lack of set net harvest. Current state management plans do not adjust for this lost harvest capacity. A need for extra time is evident by the massive wanton waste of 4+ million sockeye in 2025 by gross over-escapement, twice the number of gross over-escapement from the Exxon Valdez disaster. Early season, the coho catch numbers are smaller in the inlet. More fishing time is needed in the EEZ to harvest stocks farther from the river to minimize these impacts on coho and increase sockeye harvest. Fishing in state and federal waters on the same day is critical to our efficient and safe harvest. With the enormous tides, schools of fish move swiftly. Having to pull net early to avoid an arbitrary line and run away from the fish school is unproductive. VMS and logbooks should be sufficient to document harvest data, as the logbook alone is standard for the halibut IFQ fishery, state or federal waters on the same day. If I fish in federal waters, I am denied participation of emergency orders granting extra extensions to daily fish openings in state waters from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. and from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. This only occurs when there is a surplus available. To prohibit access to this harvest is counter to conservation management. This added regulation involuntarily prohibits me from participating in harvest in state waters in which I have a required limited entry permit and pay enhancement tax for its improvement. Article 8, Section 16 of the Alaska Constitution prohibits this regulation and requires just compensation when used. The Cook Inlet salmon fishery requires conservation and management. There are at least two components of conservation when applied to salmon management: prevent overfishing and prevent overescapement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Samuel Schimmel is next, followed by Teague Vanek.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sam Schimmel. I'm Kotnutana Dinaina and Siberian Yupik from Kenai, Alaska. I'm here today to represent the Takotnu Intertribal Fish Commission as their co-chair. We represent the Seldovia, Ninilchik, Kanaitsi, Salamatov, Eklutna, Kanik, and Chicaloon villages and tribes with over 15,000 collective tribal members. We speak today on their behalf as authorized by lawfully enacted tribal resolution for the betterment of the natural resources that we have stewarded since time immemorial. We do this not only for us, but also for all Alaskans and all other people who rely on the fishery resources of Takotnu. We're here to discuss Cook Inlet salmon. Cook Inlet salmon are not ground fish. They're not halibut, they're not crab, and they shouldn't be managed that way. Unlike some of the other species that this council manages, salmon have an unpredictable number, but that number is very easy to measure. All these fish have to go into a river somewhere, and if that river is monitored, you know exactly how many are coming in. The runs can be forecasted with a great degree of certainty. So we're here to talk about sockeye salmon. Our tribes and our people believe that the buffers that are set for the Tier 1 stocks of sockeye in the Cook Inlet are too high. There is no issue with overfishing of the second largest sockeye salmon run in the world. Moreover, the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that these buffers be lowered. Under National Standard 1, it is required that optimum yield be achieved. This means that you must be able to harvest an amount that does not harm the population and allows for the continuity of the species. This means that there is foregone yield going on while this buffer is as high as it is. That goes against National Standard number 1. National Standard number 2 requires that management be based on the best available science. These fishery management councils around the country are noted as some of the foremost scientific expertise bodies of fishery management in the world. Why is it that this council chooses to manage salmon differently than the Pacific Fishery Management Council, which takes a lower bound assessment goal approach to achieve an SMSY point goal for escapement for the Hoh, the Queets, and the Quileute rivers, which are managed properly and see sustainable and predictable runs? Why is that not being done here? Instead, we are in the situation that we have today, where buffers are set seemingly arbitrarily, and they're not done according to the best available science. For instance, even the historic data that has been provided would, if the buffers that are being suggested today are put into place, years where harvest would have been far above those buffers, years where fishing, where the total catch was high above those buffers and where the fishery would be considered critically overfished, have produced some of the largest runs in the history of the rivers of Takotnu. It means either the science is broken or it means that we're not using the correct tool here. The correct tool that needs to be deployed is the assessment that was put forward in Hasbrook et al., where you're seeing an SMSY point assessment being used to manage salmon fisheries. Now, on the topic of coho, our tribes take a precautionary approach. We understand that the Tier 3 coho salmon stocks, there isn't as much information as there is available for the Tier 1 sockeye stocks. And so we ask that additional monitoring be done on those resources. We ask that those resources be managed carefully and judiciously, such that there is opportunity to harvest, but that there is not a danger of overharvest. That is to say, we're not in favor of increasing the buffers that are currently placed on coho. We're in favor of keeping them the same. This ensures that our fish will continue to come into the inlet. So in sum, we ask for 2 simple things. We ask that the buffers for the sockeye salmon Tier 1 stocks be reduced to allow for more harvest, because there is no issue with that additional harvest. And then we ask that the coho salmon buffers be left alone. So with that, I'm open to any questions that the council has. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schimmel, for your testimony. Just regarding your last statements about coho, I'm wondering if, when you say keep the buffers the same for coho, if you mean the buffers that were recommended from the SAFE team, which was a 75% buffer, or the buffer from the SSC, which was 60%. And if you could just clarify, please. Thank you.
You know, our tribes are comfortable with the 60% buffer.
Mr. Sukata?
Let me clarify, sorry. We're comfortable with that buffer so long as there's additional monitoring of those stocks. I mean, there isn't a coho salmon count that happens for the Kenai River. That's one of the most utilized rivers in Alaska. It's simply ridiculous that there isn't a strong assessment of how many fish are coming in. This is the same for many of the other rivers that are, well subscribed throughout the state.
Thank you. Mr. Sukata?
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. Just a quick question here. You had mentioned the Hoh, Queets, and was it the Quileute River, or what was the third? As another management program. Aren't those hatchery enhanced stocks? Are they? I shouldn't say are they hatchery enhanced stocks?
There are hatchery enhancements in those river systems. However, the management is for all the fish coming into the river. So it doesn't, I mean, you can't discriminate if you're net fishing between hatchery and non-hatchery fish. I also got a message that one of our tribes does support that 75% buffer that was suggested by the by the NIMS team.
Thank you.
Ms. Gone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schimmel, for the testimony. And maybe I missed it, but you mentioned that you'd like to see the sockeye buffers be lower. What would you like to see them at?
We'd like to see them at a more reasonable, I mean, the management regime that's been placed on this fishery is inconsistent with salmon fisheries. Salmon are kind of weird in that they have a maximum productivity. Spawner recruitment maximizes at a certain point in each river system. For the Kenai River, that number is 750,000. So recognizing that this tool that's being used doesn't align necessarily with how the river best produces fish, we'd want to see a buffer that allows for an escapement goal to be reached of about 750,000 in the Kenai, and the proper number of 450,000 in the Kasilof.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thanks.
So Teague Vanek is next, followed by Dan Anderson.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Teague Vanek. I have been a drift fisherman in Cook Inlet since I was 12. That's 47 years. I have a pretty good idea of what works and what doesn't in our fishery. First off, I'd like to say that I support the 2026 SSC harvest specification recommendations with the consideration that I don't believe that even using a TAC is appropriate for salmon management in Cook Inlet. The increase in the harvest allotment for coho is helpful, but I still worry that if a large run of silvers comes in, which would be a good thing overall, then the cap could get met early and prematurely close the fishery. That illustrates the irony involved with using a TAC for salmon management instead of using abundance-based escapement goal management. If a large abundant run shows up, we get shut down because we met the cap and then surplus fish are left unharvested. But if there's a poor run, we stay open. It just doesn't make sense. Another concern I have is that with the restrictions in place with the FMP, it is unlikely that we will even come close to catching an appropriate harvest, even if we get a large return of sockeye salmon. A large bulk of the sockeye run is in the inlet from around July 10th through the end of the month. With the restrictions we have now, there's only about 3 or 4 days that are open during the best fishing times. And then, because of the rule about no fishing in state waters and federal waters on the same day, many people refrain from fishing in the EEZ on those good days for fear of missing out on something. Also, the tides make it very difficult to keep fishing anywhere near the boundary. So fishing time is lost running against the tide with nets out of the water. That happened to me. In order to remedy these problems, the council should allow more fishing time and do away with the rule prohibiting same-day fishing in state and federal waters. Otherwise, we will see a continuation of fish wasted by over-escapement. It is very obvious that fish not harvested in federal waters do not get properly harvested in state waters, no matter how much fishing time we are given in the East Side Corridor. It's absolutely shameful how much fish gets wasted with the current restrictions, and it's largely the fault of this council and MIPS for putting the restrictions into the FMP. Please make these changes to allow us to harvest more of these otherwise wasted surplus fish. Though I support the 2026 SSC harvest recommendations because of the increases over last year, ultimately we need to have a management system guided by river escapement, not tax. OY and MSY for salmon cannot be reached by setting harvest caps. For salmon, OY and MSY must be defined by escapement goals. Under escapement is bad for fish stocks, but over escapement wastes fish and is also bad for fish stocks. It's that simple. For in-season management, harvest levels are irrelevant. Only escapement levels matter. If management didn't have to concern themselves with harvest levels, then there wouldn't even be the need for knowing how many were caught in the EEZ, and we could do away with many of the onerous restrictions that are simply in place to quantify harvest. After all, it's the same fish being caught no matter where they are harvested. Harvest numbers should only be a reflection of how good a job the managers are doing in providing for MSY. If the council could use that as their mindset, then we could really get somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If there are any questions. Not seeing any. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So Dan Anderson is up next, followed by Noah Swenson. We'll circle back to Cory at the end of the list.
What's happening?
Is Dan Anderson online?
I am. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. First off, I want to let you know you got a future processor that wanted to signed up that because of the extending the meeting, he was unable to attend. It's Blair Calkins with Roguewig Processing, headquartered in Vancouver with a processing facility in Kenai, docks in Kenai and Kasilof. I wanted to let you know he won't be attending only because of a conflict in the meeting schedule. So, okay, my name is Dan Anderson. I fish at Cook Inlet. I would like to refer my comments, written comments to the SSC regarding coho in the EEZ and all the nuances with coho and predictions with coho because they're kind of a boom and bust stock. So in my head, the TAC is set with the idea that we hopefully achieve the THC in the EZ for sockeye, which would mean that we won. It's pretty cumbersome to try to achieve the TAC with one fishing period a week in the EEZ. There's a number of influences that make participation in the EEZ extremely difficult from a fisherman's deck. It's deciding which area. Is he going to fish state waters? Is he going to fish federal waters for that period? So a lot of fishermen decide, well, they don't want to take a chance. We're going to go to state waters because there's possibly that we'll get an extension at the end of the fishing day, losing valuable fishing time, so on and so forth. So if we could allow, like the halibut fishery, to fish in two different management areas, one being state, one being EEZ in the same day, likelihood for us to be more efficient would be extremely likely. And then if I'm trying to figure out where I want to go. I got a lot to say, but I'm not going to get there. So so last year I had a really, really strong catch on the getting close to the end of the fishing period. And with the big tides in Cook Inlet, I was drifting up to our borderline, which made me make the decision because the clock was running out and I didn't want to get a violation. So we hauled a extreme amount of fish and net on board without being removed from the net. So all this weight got transferred to the forward section of my boat, and it made me in a very unstable, unsafe condition. I did not want to receive a citation. Had I would be able to fish in both areas in the same day, I wouldn't have had to do that. When them fish come through in them big masses like that, it's pretty phenomenal. And you can only judge it as good as you can judge it. So allow us to fish in both areas in the same day, alleviate that. You got VMS, you got the log books. We can keep all that. I mean, when I fished in state waters in the coho fishery in the lower inlet
Excuse me,
in August,
your timer's up. Could you please concluding statement, please? Thanks.
well, the coho fishery allowed me to fish in areas 3 and 4 in state waters on one day, and then the next day I could fish in Chinitna Bay, and then bring my fish deliver the following day, and then apportion it a certain amount of fish to whichever area I caught when I delivered. There's no reason why we can't do that with the EEZ and the state water issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for calling in. So Noah Swenson is up next, followed by Dakota Alward. Just the long one.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, council members. I know you've all had a long week, and I would like to thank you for listening to me today. My name is Noah Swenson. I was born and raised in Homer, Alaska. I'm a first-generation commercial fisherman. I've commercial fished all over the state for a decade now, and I have been a captain in the Upper Cook Inlet drift fishery since 2024. I have fished the EEZ waters of Cook Inlet for 2 years now, and during that time, I've observed one major limiting factor to the drift fleet's success: limited fishing time. The commercial fleet needs additional fishing days to realistically harvest our sockeye tack. If the fleet were allowed to fish 4 days per week or more, from July 1st to July 20th, we could harvest our sockeye tack before the main coho run shows up mid-July. This approach would reduce northern-bound coho from being intercepted in the EEZ, while allowing the drift fleet to target sockeye while they are most abundant. Over the past 2 seasons, the drift fleet has not even come close to harvesting the sockeye tack, largely because we are limited to just 2 fishing days per week. In contrast, many federally managed fisheries around the country are open for multiple consecutive days and routinely harvest nearly their full allocations. Cook Inlet fishermen deserve the same opportunity. More fishing time earlier in the season would allow us to fish efficiently and responsibly without impacting coho stocks. The coho tack is a choke point for commercial fishermen. A 75% buffer is overly conservative, especially with incomplete data due to weir washout and funding issues with the weirs. A lot of fish are going by uncounted. I agree with the SSC's recommendation of a coho buffer of 60%. Cohos are not overfished. No stocks in Cook Inlet have been overfished under federal management, period. They are not a stock of concern. I want to be really clear. Upper Cook Inlet fishermen do not want to catch coho. They are worth 1/3 the value of sockeye, and with limited space on our vessels, we only want to fill that space with the highest valued fish. Reaching the coho tack will close fishing. Closing the EEZ before the full sockeye tack is caught will have negative economic impacts on communities across the Kenai Peninsula. Most Cook Inlet fishermen are Alaska residents who live where they fish, and the money they earn is largely spent within their local communities. In 2025, less than half the sockeye tack was harvested. A lot of money was left on the table. Harvesting the remaining portion of our sockeye tack would have positive economic impacts on fishermen, processors, and the local businesses where we spend our money. I understand the council process to make a change takes time. I do, however, believe the math is very simple. We are currently catching 50% of our sockeye tack, fishing only 2 days per week. Adding 2 more days per week of fishing during the peak of the sockeye run would equal catching almost 100% of our sockeye tack while avoiding silvers. I respectfully encourage NIMS to assess the possibility of creating more fishing time, specifically 4 days a week between July 1st and July 20th. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Ritchie and then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Noah. Good to see you. You referenced July 1st as a good start there. I'm wondering if you could give me a little more information on when you start to see the coho showing up in your fishery.
Yeah, so if I could just kind of take you through how my season progresses. Usually we start at a homer and are fishing the EEZ, and generally right around, I would say the fourth to the seventh, I start to move up into state waters because there's more fishing time and more opportunity. During that time, I'm fishing the EEZ until then, and I don't really see silvers. I would say maybe I'll get a handful in the very beginning of July, but and I've made a few trips to the EEZ during mid-July when I'm usually fishing state waters, and I will see them a little bit more towards the end of July. But really, we're mainly fishing sockeye until about July 15th. So I'd say the 1st to the 15th is when the sockeye are really thick and abundant, and just after that is when the coho run starts to also become abundant. And I think if we're just able to fish more before the coho show up, we can avoid the coho. Or if we can fish when the sockeye are around, we can avoid the coho before they get in. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Swenson. And Mr. Ritchie asked my question, so I'll go to this one. I think you made clear that you understood that the council couldn't take that kind of action under this agenda item at this meeting. So you're mainly flagging this as like a regulatory amendment that the council should consider in terms of changing the opportunity. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So Dakota Alward is up next, followed by Penelope Haas.
Hello, council members. My name is Dakota Alward. Thank you for hearing my concerns today. I live in Homer, Alaska as a year-round resident, a young commercial fisherman invested in the Upper Cook Inlet. I rely on fishing as a year-round income, working in numerous net loss in the winter and relying on fishing time in the summer. I have heard concerns expressed by numerous fishermen on limitations in our fishery. Allowing more time for the Cook Inlet drift fishermen to harvest our targeted goal is crucial for economic development for the entire state. The proper management preserves these natural resources so many Alaskans rely on. Maximizing catch to meet full potential for a closer goal to be met for proper escapement without risks of over-escapement is crucial for both the Alaskan economy and the preservation of our fishery. I urge the council to consider allowing more days to harvest sockeye and to meet realistic escapement goals that allow for healthy continuous runs to replenish these rivers. I also urge the council to consider lifting restrictions on fishing federal waters and state waters in the same day as well. Data from self-reporting is already required. If we are following federal methodology of trusting data from fishermen, why should Upper Cook Inlet fishermen have different mandated rules and restrictions? We are already required to have VMS on board. You are able to track and verify when we are fishing federal waters. It has been proven to work in numerous fisheries you are currently already manage. The tidal flux in Cook Inlet has strong tides that can reach 7 knots. Drifting with gear at this speed makes staying in one area versus another extremely difficult and expensive. Access to both without different day limitations would be crucial for small operations as my own. Openers can be as short as 7 hours, which is already extremely limiting for the general fleet. My final concern, coho weir numbers for the Adishka and the Little Susitna have been incomplete due to environmental and funding difficulties. Proper management is crucial for accurate data. How can a supported argument on escapement be made with incomplete data? Supporting further limitations on commercial fishermen with incomplete data is dangerous for future escapement goals and could easily result in over-escapement for coho. My suggestion for the council is to add more indicator streams for more accurate assessments, ones away from sport fishing pressure, with a history of more complete data. This would allow for more complete data to support a more exact, accurate indication on coho return. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Alward. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thanks for calling in.
Appreciate it.
Penelope Haas is next, followed by Revelle Russell.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Good
Great,
afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Penelope Haas, and I'm calling on behalf of myself and my company, Stickleback Fish Company. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to testify today. Yep, I am a commercial fisherman in Cook Inlet, and I also run a small direct market company where I sell fresh, smoked, and pickled salmon that I catch in Cook Inlet. My company is in Homer, Alaska. I hope if you are ever in town, you'll stop by and visit. My future is really tied to the successful management of Cook Inlet, and I hope that we can all work together to improve management this year and in the years going forward. I have proposals that I hope you will act on this year, and also some longer term suggestions that I'm hoping we can start moving on. As far as just near term, what I want to talk about is the potential management buffer around coho. I urge you all to go with the recommendations from the SSC of a 60% buffer. And I wanted to just repeat some of the reasons why I heard that why they set the buffer at that level, and some reasons that I want to bring to you today. The SSC, I think, accurately identified the real problems that we have with enumerating coho. We have 2 indicator streams in the entire very, very large system that we're dealing with, and both these indicator streams have real problems in counting. The Department of Fish and Game itself has noted and identified those problems, and I'll just quote a little bit from the department itself that one of the reasons that they said that there is not an emergency with coho is because, quote, both the Deshka and the Little Susitna River coho salmon weirs have experienced flooding or early ending of the project due to funding. Because of that, those counts are considered minimum or incomplete estimates of coho salmon in river abundance. Deshka River coho salmon weir counts have been incomplete each year since 2020. Little Susitna River coho salmon weir counts have been incomplete each year since 2022. Fall weather and high water make consistent operation of these weirs difficult. I hope in the long term we can improve this, but I also in the near term urge you to not raise a management buffer on us when we know that we are undercounting. We are undercounting, severely undercounting coho. On top of that, we know that in these rivers where we are counting coho, there are confounding issues with other user groups. We know, for example, in the Little Susitna River on any given year, the sport harvest is equal to the escapement. I'm going to repeat that. The sport harvest is equal to the escapement in one of the 2 indicator streams. And I think maybe most importantly, we don't catch a lot of coho in the EEZ. 20% of the coho caught last year were in the EEZ. So with that, I hope to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Ritchie has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Haas, for your testimony. You mentioned that you do direct marketing in Homer. I'm wondering, we heard a previous testifier say that he, as a direct marketer, had reliance on the EEZ, fish in the EEZ, and I'm wondering if you have a similar experience, and maybe if you could help me understand why fish in the EEZ might be better for direct marketers than fish in state waters.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We are in the same boat as the previous testifier. EEZ fishing for direct marketers is essential. So I split my harvest. I keep some of it and I sell the great majority of it to other buyers. But every fish that I direct market, I catch in the EEZ. And that is because for 2 reasons. Number one, the quality of the fish caught in the early part of the season are just the best. They're silver bright. They're the photogenic, gorgeous. The meat's the best. That's the fish I want to keep. I'm also catching a smaller volume, so I'm able to take care of the fish the way that I want to. My products, I advertise them and put my name by them being top quality, and that's what I can do in the EEZ. Also, my business is in Homer, and so I come out of the South and come back to the South to deliver. And so the EEZ is where I get my fish from my direct marketing business, 100%.
Thank you for your testimony. So Revelle Russell is up next, followed by Janet, Keating, Carroll.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Hello? Hey, my name is Revelle Russell, Revelle Tad Russell. I live in Homer, Alaska. I've been commercial fishing since 1994 and have drifted Upper Cook Inlet as a permit holder, owner-operator since 2009. I submitted written comments to the SSC and I testified last week in front of the SSC as well. My reasons for commenting was the buffer for the coho tack, which was 75%. And I was asking the council, was a 75% buffer necessary for coho? It seemed overly high considering the OFL methodology already assumes a conservative assumption. It seemed high considering cohos are not a stock of concern. It seemed high considering cohos are not designated as overfished. And it also seemed high considering no overfishing on cohos occurred in 2025. The 75% buffer seemed overly conservative considering that escapement numbers for the two indicator streams, as mentioned earlier, are consistently incomplete due to flooding and weirs being washed out. I asked that the SSC for a 50% buffer. That would provide a better balance while giving us more opportunities to harvest sockeye and remaining consistent with National Standard 1. After deliberation, the SSC came back with a 60% buffer for the coho tack. While still high, I'm willing to accept the 60% buffer as a move in the right direction in this process, which is relatively new to everyone here. I respectfully ask the council to keep the 60% buffer for coho. It's my understanding the council can create a management buffer on top of this scientific buffer, and I'm asking the council not to do so. While I'm at it, I'd like to also address the issue of fishing time in the EEZ. We're allowed 2 12-hour openers. That's 24 hours out of a 168-hour week, 14% of a 7-day week. And that's to try to fish in an area that's over 600 square miles. That's not very much opportunity to harvest fish. In the future, I would like to see a discussion of possibly 3 12-hour openers as opposed to 2, especially in early July when the cohos are not as abundant. I understand this is a complicated issue and the council and staff are doing their best. However, part of me feels like myself and the fleet are being punished for this perceived uncertainty around the coho. I mean, if the state of Alaska are so concerned about these coho indicator streams, I would like to see them do something positive about it. Better weirs, you could have sonar, you could provide more staffing to obtain better fish counts, test boat would be nice, genetic testing. All these would be a move in the right direction. A move in the right direction instead of setting these buffers that are high buffers and low tax for coho. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks, Mr. Russell, for your comments. So listening to your testimony about the coho buffers and that of people have testified before you, I'm curious about your views in light of the fact that escapement goals have likely been missed in 3 consecutive years, and acknowledging that the information isn't perfect on that, but given the uncertainty about the weir counts, why do you not think a more precautionary approach may be warranted here?
Well, it's the Cook Inlet's a huge area, and those are just 2 streams. It's my understanding through traditional knowledge that there's, many other coho streams. Yeah, I mean, and if you don't have the information, I just feel like we're being punished. Like a previous testifier said, we could get shut down if a slug of silvers come into the inlet, and they might not even be headed for the Dutch or Little Sioux. They could be heading to the Kenai, and we hit our tack, and then we're shut down for the entire season.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question? Or, I just think there's more silvers out there than those 2 indicator streams. I think you need to look at a broader picture try and get a broader picture instead of using those 2 streams.
Okay, thanks for your response.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Janet Keating Carroll is next, followed by Andrew Omloff.
Good afternoon to the chair and members of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. My name is Janet Keating Carroll, and I am a lifelong resident of Cook Inlet and a fleet manager for the processing industry in Upper Cook Inlet. We would like to encourage the council to support the recommendations of your SSC committee. We feel that the 60% aggregate coho buffer put forward by the SSC would allow the commercial fishing fleet greater opportunity to harvest the sockeye tack while being conservative enough to allow for escapement into Northern District spawning streams. We would also like to see the council adopt additional enumeration sites in Cook Inlet for the Tier 3 aggregate coho stocks. Thank you to the council and staff for your time and effort.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. Thanks again. So Andrew Omloff, followed by Steve Brown. I'll circle back to Andrew at the end of the list. So Steve Brown, followed by Maddie Lightsey. No Steve, so we will circle back to him. Maddie Lightsey, followed by Dyer VanDevere.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Maddie Lightsey. I grew up in a fishing family and now own Alaska Boats and Permits, Alaska's largest marine brokerage, which is located in Homer at the heart of the Cook Inlet drift fishery. I'm on the board of directors for the North Pacific Fisheries Association, who I am speaking on behalf of today. NPFA represents approximately 65 independent commercial fishing businesses, fishermen, their families, and crew members who participate in most of Alaska's fisheries. Many participate directly in the Cook Inlet salmon drift fishery. NPFA is famously conservative when it comes to setting tax. We've recently supported lower sablefish tax before this council and consistently advocate for conservative halibut tax at the IPHC. When the science indicates risk, we support precaution. I hope that gives weight to the rest of my comments. As this council knows, Cook Inlet coho are Tier 3 due to data limitations, not because they are overfished or even approaching an overfished condition, and not because they are designated a stock of concern. The Tier 3 OFL methodology is already precautionary. It relies on conservative benchmarks by design. Layering a 75% buffer on top of an already conservative OFL is stacking precaution on precaution. But more importantly, it exceeds the recommendation of this council's own scientific and statistical committee. The SSC recommended a 60% buffer. One of the authors of the SAFE report stated on the record that a 50% buffer would be scientifically defensible. National Standard 2 requires that conservation and management measures be based on that science. When the council selects a buffer materially more restrictive than what the SSC recommends, that decision requires a clearly articulated scientific basis. If that basis exists, it should be identified explicitly in the record. Absent that explanation, the action risks appearing untethered from the scientific advice provided by the council's own experts. National Standard 1 requires prevention of overfishing while achieving optimum yield. Exercising precaution beyond what the science indicates, especially absent a conservation concern, is inherently misaligned with that mandate. A 75% buffer layered onto a conservative OFL results in a tax so constrained that it functions less as a harvest level and more as a closure trigger. The EEZ fishery doesn't occur in isolation, and management of the EEZ fishery is not self-contained. There are critical interactions at play that this council must take into account. Federal Fishery Management Plan guidelines encourage a comprehensive approach to management and recommend monitoring state management activities and evaluating how those activities affect FMP objectives and interact with federal management, as well as how federal regulations affect state management. The Board of Fisheries is considering Proposal 186 next month. which would severely restrict drift fishing in Area 1 of state waters and eliminate it altogether during the latter half of July. If adopted, fishing effort will predictably shift into the EEZ, and coho harvest in Area 1 will be severely limited. Setting a prohibitively low coho TAC without meaningfully accounting for foreseeable effort displacement not only runs contrary to NMSO and FMP guidelines, but it creates a substantial likelihood of early EEZ closure driven by regulation rather than conservation. This council has been a leader. This council has been a national leader in ecosystem-based management. Ecosystem-based management requires understanding system interactions, including interaction between state and federal management actions, and and implementing measures that are effective across jurisdictions. Adopting a buffer beyond SSC advice while disregarding foreseeable management interaction represents a departure from the integrated approach of EBM, from the best available science, and from the optimum yield objective. There is no stock of concern designation. There is no documented conservation threat. When precaution exceeds scientific recommendation without articulated scientific basis, the resulting action risks appearing arbitrary rather than reasoned. In closing, NPFA respectfully asks the council to adopt a coho buffer consistent with the SSC's 60% recommendation and to clearly articulate the scientific basis for any departure from that advice. Precaution must be anchored in science. Otherwise, it's no longer precaution, it's preference. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your careful consideration of the myriad factors affecting the Cook Inlet salmon fishery.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lightsey, for your testimony. And so you're very clear in supporting the SSC recommendation for what I'll call a scientific or conservation buffer.
Sure.
What I'm assuming you also are saying that the council must adopt the ABC recommended by the SSC. We couldn't recommend something higher. We could recommend something lower. And so you're very clear you don't recommend we adopt an ABC lower. Am I also assuming that we shouldn't implement any additional buffers for management uncertainty? So different than maybe science or conservation. Am I interpreting your testimony correctly?
You are. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thanks for joining us. So Dyer VanDevere, followed by Matt Hockema.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Dyer VanDevere. I've been a drift gillnet permit holder in Cook Inlet since before limited entry came along in 1974. And I've been an Alaska resident since before statehood. There's a few points I'd like to make. I've heard comments to the effect that drifting in Cook Inlet is a new fishery. Well, I assure you it is not. I'd like to point out that the two indicator streams for coho enumeration are very unreliable. The Deshka Weir regularly washes out. Between the Deshka and the Little Sioux, there are many days that coho go uncounted. This leads to a very incomplete count. Then there is a large sport fishery that goes on below the weirs. And of the approximately 1,200 coho streams in the Cook Inlet Management Area, and that's from, I understand that's from the anadromous fish catalog, there are two streams that have coho goals. These two systems, there are two other streams that have coho goals. These two systems and all the sockeye goals in Cook Inlet have been met or exceeded. And some of those cohos are running with the silvers. So if we were adversely affecting the amount of cohos that were going into particular systems, it seems like it's pretty small with the amount of other systems. The drift fleet should be fishing at least 3 days a week in the EEZ during the month of July. as we nowhere near are reaching the attack and can't catch enough fish in the state waters to keep from going over the top end of the escapement goals in the Kenai to seal off. It has been proven not to happen, as demonstrated as by constant over escapement. The drift fleet caught 3.6 million sockeye. The escapement into the Kenai to seal off was 3.5 million over the top end of the escapement goals. Now, let me say that again. That's over and beyond the upper end of the goals. And we should be able to fish state and EEZ waters in the same day. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
Matt Hockema, followed by Roland Maw.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Yes, my name's Matt Hockema. I've been fishing Cook Inlet for 16 years. I'm retired from the Coast Guard. And my main concern is lack of opportunity to harvest the sockeye in the EEZ. We haven't come close to our attack due to the lack of availability of fishing time. Also, we need to be able to fish EEZ waters and state waters on the same day. Concerning the safety buffer for coho, coho is not a stock of concern. We have kings that are a stock of concern that the safety buffer is in the 30 percentile range. That makes absolutely no sense. And also we have the looming state regulatory changes that's going to limit our time in state waters. We may lose Area 1. They want to do away with Area 2 completely. And they're shrinking our expanded corridor every year. And those are my main concerns. We just need more opportunity to fish the EEZ and also the EEZ and state waters on the same day. And at any time that the state gives an emergency opener in state waters and the TAC has not been reached, we should be able to fish the EEZ. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you for your testimony, and you're one of several people asking for being able to fish state waters in the EEZ in the same day. And is that really just a matter of additional opportunity, or is there another burden that I might not be understanding about not being able to fish those on the same day, given the area?
It's mainly because of a lack of opportunity. And I've been caught in the EEZ, and the fish weren't there. We were fishing on some fish, and they moved north. And so they're above the line, and we can't get to them. If we've thrown our nets in the water in the EEZ, and my boat's fast enough, I could put my net on board, and I could get back up into state waters and have a successful day of fishery. In the last couple of years, I would say it's probably cost me in the neighborhood of $40,000 to $50,000. Lack of opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thanks again for your testimony.
All right. Thank you all for everything you do. I appreciate your time.
Thanks. Roland Maw is up next, followed by Blair Calkins.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Roland Maw. Before I begin my testimony, I did want to clarify that you have a map that's facing you, hung on these two chairs. That's a Fish and Game map that they produced for the Board of Fish and Fisheries. And on it is a lot of streams and weirs that just in case you want to familiarize yourself why it's available to you, you also were provided a map of the lower part of the inlet that should have been electronically submitted to you. And then you have a couple of other documents on Fish Creek and Jim Creek. My testimony then is that on behalf of UCEDA, we ask the council to support the Scientific and Statistical Committee draft report. To this council, page 10, table 2, that gives the allowable catch on those various species in the EEZ. And so for 1 year, and so we do support that. The rest of my comments will be about moving forward. I want to talk with you a little bit about cohos. Seems to be the favorite topic of the day. They're actually in Upper Cook Inlet, and by that I mean north of Anchorage. On the top part of the map, there are actually 4 coho streams that have escapement goals and are monitored. You heard about 2. This is sitting in the Little Sioux. But further to the west, to the east, you have 2 additional streams, that being Fish Creek and Jim Creek. And if you look at the data that's read some of my scratching here, and last year, 2025, Fish Creek was well within its escapement goal. And that data set is a fairly robust one, goes clear back to 1969. The other creek is Jim Creek, which is the furthest east. It had 450, which also places just about midway. And so the picture is you've got 4 streams that are monitored with escapement goals. Looking at last year, 2 of them were just fine, well within their escapement goal range. 2 that have the Little Sioux and the Desca had weir problems, and they've had problems with those weirs washing out, staffing, not being operated for 9 of the last 10 years. And so what represents what's going on with coho? You've got 2 that are just fine. You got 2 that have incomplete counts, and you really don't know how many went in there. The other point I would make about them, these four streams, is that they're all north of Anchorage. Draw a line across that map, and south of Anchorage or south of Palmer, all the way to Homer, there isn't a single coho stream that's monitored with an escapement goal. So really, does what goes on in the Desca, how representative is it of what goes on in the Kenai, the Kasilof, the Anchor, the Deep Creek, and the whole west side of the Cook Inlet? We simply don't know. And so when people make, this is the index stream or the 2 index streams, I really have to question that. Is that really true? That needs to be looked at. So anyway, my recommendations are going forward, and I appreciate the process, that as we do future assessments and we do future processes, that the 4 coho streams, all 4 of them be included in the coho assessment that eventually comes through the SAFE report and then through the SSC. The other one is that, I'm going to skip some stuff here. The future assessments, I think, should address this opportunity issue both on a daily basis and on an hourly basis. What's the effect of that 7 to 10? If the EZ was open like the state waters were on 7 to 10, what's the effect of that? The days, what is the effect of adding 1, 2, 3 days to the fishing schedule? That needs to be looked at. That leads to the prohibition of same-day fishing. That needs some analysis as well. And so for right now, we support what the SSC came out with in terms of their recommendations. Do we particularly agree with them? We may or may not, but at least it's a step forward. So please accept those. And then I think there's some work that still needs to be done.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Blair Calkins is up next, followed by Kirian Kuzmin. Is Blair online? Okay, please unmute yourself, Blair, *6. We're not hearing you yet. Can you try to unmute yourself? Okay, we'll go to Kirian Kuzmin and then we'll go back to Blair. Is Kirian online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Kirian Kuzmin. I'm 4th generation of fishing. I grew up fishing Lake Inlet with my family, and would like to continue that down the line. I'd like more fishing opportunities in the EZ, especially in the beginning of the season. This last season, I only fished 3 days in the EZ because it was already later in the season and it was too much of a risk because the previous year, all the fish showed up north and we had to stay in the EZ because we couldn't fish same day. So that's something that I'm hoping to see changed because a lot of fishing opportunities were lost because of that rule, myself and a lot of others that I know of. The TAC hasn't been caught out a single time since the implementation of the EZ, so I believe we need more fishing time in order to get the most out of the fishing opportunities. 3 to 4 days before the 15th, 3 to 4 days a week. Maybe less than 4, but 3 to 4 days would be preferable. Some other thing is the tag for the coho was low, and it's the choke point where we could have less than 50% harvest of the sockeyes and get shut down because slightly too much silvers were caught. So in that recommendation of the SSC is what we would prefer. Since I've been fishing, we've had over escapements almost every single season in the main rivers, so that's all politically driven, in my opinion. But we need more fishing opportunities is pretty much what I'm trying to say, especially in the EEZ. That's all.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yeah, I'm not seeing any questions. So is Blair still online? Can you unmute yourself, Blair? Okay, we'll circle back one last time at the end of this list. So we'll go to Nick Jacuk, followed by David Martin.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Nicholas Jacuk. I am Kaatnutana Denaina and a citizen of the Canetsi Indian Tribe in Kenai, Alaska. As I'm sure all you know me and have seen me testify and participate in the council process through my employment at Ocean Conservancy, I do want to make it abundantly clear that I am testifying today as a citizen of the Canetsi Indian Tribe and as an individual myself who relies on getting fish from Takatnu, which is our word for Cook Inlet. First, I also want to state that as someone who has been here for the entirety of the meeting this week, I want to say thank you to members of the council and to the council staff and NIMP staff for still taking up this agenda item, and I am sure we are all ready to get some sleep tonight. My testimony will be brief. I just want to state some things for the record of my considerations for the harvest specifications and the current SAFE report and the council's recommendations and focus for future assessments. I wanted to voice that I am in support of and do not have any concerns revolving around the SSC's recommendations of the set buffers for Tier 1 Kenai sockeye and Kasilof sockeye stocks and how it reflects the lower bound for the river escapement goals. Fishing for the lower bound of the escapement goals have been consistent with West Coast salmon FMPs, and the system of fishing for the lower bound of the escapement goals, as well as the available state data and historic escapement of these stocks, have not reflected any overfishing of Kenai and Kasilof sockeye. I do want to say that I find a little bit of concern with the SSC recommendations of lowering the buffer of aggregate coho to 60%, and I am in favor of the SAFE team's recommendation of the 75% coho buffers. Much of the escapement data that help adequately determine the forecast and impacts of sockeye and Chinook are not available for our coho stocks. There's great uncertainty and ongoing declines regarding the status of coho in Cook Inlet, and due to this uncertainty, specifically to upper Cook Inlet stock statuses and the ongoing unpredictable interannual variability, I want to ensure that there are appropriate safeguards and ongoing monitoring for these aggregate coho stocks. For the sake of adhering to MSA National Standard guidelines, specifically National Standard 1 and 2, I urge for the council to remain in balancing the conservation of the sensitive mixed stock fisheries of salmon while ensuring economic viability of sockeye for the drift fleet. I also want to say that I do hear the considerations and the concerns from our drift fleet, and I do hope that there is more robust analysis of available escapement data and further robust available genetic data of upper Cook Inlet stocks to help establish a more well-balanced TAC for coho in future actions. And as well, thinking about data uncertainty and future recommendations for harvest specifications, I want to say as the Ecosystem Committee considers their formal suggestions and protocols for extending the application of local and indigenous knowledge to fisheries and communities specific to Gulf of Alaska FMPs, I urge the council to support the Ecosystem Committee of responsibly extending this protocol and working with Takatnu tribal communities to ensure this process is adequate and our knowledge is properly represented. And then lastly, I want to continue my considerations and support for the, I want to continue my consideration of the council to continue supporting the necessity of expanding genetic sampling for Cook Inlet salmon. Considering the sensitivity of this being a mixed stock fishery with wide variability of stock statuses, additional genetic data will help determine the weight of impacts this fishery has to our specific systems in the inlet. And that is my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you. Jeez. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jacuk, for your testimony. And I appreciate your very specific recommendation as I got it down for more robust examples of escapement and genetic data, I think for coho, if I got that right. And so I apologize. I wasn't able to get the SSC report open up fast enough. Did the SSC have a specific recommendation about that? I'm wondering if there's what type of genetic data just basically is available. And but I thought they also recommended additional data collection analysis. Do you support those is that consistent with what you're recommending here, I guess, is my question.
Through the chair, yes, that would be that is consistent with what I'm suggesting. I'm sure that everyone agrees that able to have more available data of understanding specific impacts to our different rivers and things like that would help inform how the fishery is able to operate and understanding those trade-offs.
Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Jacuk. I understand you're in favor of the the safe report recommendation for the coho buffer at 75%. And you mentioned that you had concerns for the aggregate coho stocks. Would you mind just briefly touching on what are those concerns that you have?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pamplin, through the chair. So, I mean, there has been ongoing, there are a lot of different systems that have wide variability of escapement data and just productivity in Cook Inlet. Some of those are more sensitive to others. And essentially, I am just wanting to ensure that, as there have been difficulties with maintaining escapement data in different rivers and indicator stocks such as the Deshka and the Little Sioux, that there is consideration for that and that there is essentially conservation efforts that align with that, while also considering that, that there is, accessibility for the drift fleet to continue fishing.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
David Martin is up next, followed by Peter Probasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council members, my name is David Martin. I have drift fished in Cook Inlet for 54 years and been involved in the council and board of fish process for most all that time. I'm representing the Cook Inlet Fishermen's Fund, known as SIF. It's an organization that advocates for the biological and scientific MSY management for the over 100-year-old Cook Inlet commercial fisheries, the commercial fishermen, and the salmon resource itself. Once again, we are here to expose this third attempt of an FMP Amendment 16. Unfortunately, it is also as illegal to comply with the 2016 Ninth Circuit Court ruling and the 10 national standards of the Magnuson-Stevens Acts as Amendment 12 and Amendment 17 were ruled illegal. Amendment 16's definitions of the fishery and the stock of fish violates the Magnuson-Stevens Act because they are limited to only EEZ harvest. Fishery is a defined term that establishes the scope of an FMP amendment. The stocks of fish are the building blocks of a fishery. In Amendment 16, NIMS adopted new and improper stock definitions for its fishery. The scope of an FMP amendment for Cook Inlet must include any fishing for such stocks, not just harvest in the EEZ. Nothing about the Act's obligation to produce an FMP for a fishery requires NIMS to exceed its jurisdictional authority and manage fishing stocks in state waters. NIMS failed to set OY for the fishery. It did not base OY on MSY, and it deferred to the state of Alaska in violation of National Standard 1 and UCETA 1. Amendment 16 also violates National Standards 2 and 3. Amendment 16 is not based on the best available science, and NIMS fails to manage stocks as a unit throughout their range in violation of National Standard 3. We have been managed under Amendment 16 for 2 years now. How's it been working? It's been a total disaster, resulting in the waste of a valuable natural salmon resource, national food supply, national interest, interstate commerce, and the needlessly putting in irreparable harm on the commercial fishery, the fishermen, the sustainability of the salmon resource. The 2024 fishery escaped sockeye by over $3 million. That's over $30 million first wholesale value and the loss of over 27 million high protein meals. The 2025 fishery will escape sockeye by over 6.5 million. That's more than twice what the commercial harvest was. That equates to over $60 million first wholesale value and a loss of over 62 million meals from sockeye alone, not counting the loss from the other unharvested salmon species. The state's management proves they cannot harvest the surplus in state waters to prevent gross overescapements. As a matter of fact, they are managing to increase gross overescapements. Drift harvest in the so-called EEZ has gone from 60 to 70% of their total yearly harvest before the illegal FMPs to now only 3 to 4%. The scientifically accepted exploitation rates for salmon is 60 to 70%. Under current Cook Inlet salmon management, the exploitation rates of chums, pinks, cohos, and Chinook are only around 2 to 4% and 25 to 30% for sockeye. There are no overfished salmon stocks in Cook Inlet. There should be no buffers. The fishery was a 4 to 6 million annual commercial harvest when it was managed for MSY. It is now a 1 to 3 million annual harvest, not because of lack of salmon, but from intentional mismanagement. In 2017, the commercial fisheries, state, and NIMS had several meetings to develop a lawful FMP. The committee members then agreed that an FMP for anadromous salmon, a defined term, was different than bottom fish and shellfish. To manage the salmon fisheries for maximum sustained yield, the only proven management is abundance-based management with real-time openings and closures. More salmon you fish more, less salmon you fish less. That is the only proven method for harvesting the surplus salmon and achieving the MSY escapement goals. Please see the handout that I put in, and it's up on the screen too. The Alaska Salmon Management Story of Success. Unfortunately, the state is no longer managing under that policy. Gross overescapements are a double whammy. You lose the harvest from that year, and the gross overescapements produce smaller returns. At the committee, it was stated that the tax make it impossible to manage for MSY and therefore the other 9 national standards. The requirements for VMS, logbooks, and can't fish in state and federal waters on the same day was arbitrary and capricious, not based on science, and did nothing for management, and it now seems only to be a hardship and a punitive ruling on fishermen, resulting in low participation and harvest in the EEZ. Under Amendment 16 and the state's mismanagement of the second largest economic salmon fishery in the state is systematically being put out of business. The SAFE report states that overfishing did not occur in 2025 and that the stock is not overfished. Nothing was mentioned about the waste from gross underfishing resulting in gross overescapements. SIF supports the SSC's recommendations, but they don't go far enough to manage for MSY. The buffers are not based on science and have a real possibility to close the whole EEZ and necessarily forego the harvest of millions of surplus sockeye. We also support recommendations that you see to put in for additional time. The current allowed EEZ fishing times have proven beyond a doubt inadequate. The major reason for the low fishermen's participation in the EEZ is the restrictions being placed on the fishermen not to fish in state and federal waters at the same time. This regulation is impractical and should be gone. You can determine the number of species of salmon caught in the EEZ by reported.
Mr. Martin, do you have a concluding statement?
Yeah, I would. I would like to touch real quick on should be able to, we have to have more time and fish in the EEZ and state waters at the same time. We used to do that in the past, and you get extra time in there. That's the only way you can harvest a surplus. As far as the cohos goes, there's a whole lot of issues up in the Susitna drainage in those streams that you've got pike that have taken and reduced the salmon production by 20–30% for the predation on it. There's over 30 lakes now that don't have anything but pike in them. They used to have salmon and trout, burbot, and everything else. And nothing's being done on it except for aquaculture, which is funded by 2% aquaculture or tax on the fishermen to clear the beaver dams that in low flow years, they block the streams, prevent the spawning upstream, and netting pike to get them out of the system. So there's a lot of issues on those streams that are indicator streams that haven't been brought out. The increased fishing pressure on them. The catch and release mortality study the department did was 70% mortality in the Little Susitna River at the confluence. A lot of that stuff hasn't been brought out. Urbanization, put in over 100 culverts that closed off 100
Mr.
miles
Martin,
of.
I'm not sure this is a concluding statement.
Yeah, I'm just done.
Okay, thanks.
Those culverts closed off 100 miles of spawning streams when they did rapid urbanization building up in the Wasilla area. And now it's cost $250,000 to replace them, which they are kind of replacing. But all these factors aren't brought out in testimony, and you'll have people saying, well, the sky is falling. But I fished silvers in the fall, and you know, they're up and down. We had in the Kenai River in '99, it was a record low return of silvers. That low return produced a record return. So it's a matter of percentage survival in the ocean, and freshwater determines the salmon production per coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. See if we have any questions. Not seeing any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So
Thanks for the latitude.
Peter Probasco, followed by Callie Lambert. Is Peter here? Okay, I'm not seeing him. Not online. Oh, okay. Peter,
Can you
please.
hear me now?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members and staff. I apologize for not being there in person, but I have another meeting conflict that didn't make it possible for me to drive from the valley. I currently serve as the chair of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'm providing these comments on their behalf. Please note that we have also submitted written comments. However, our commission has to follow under the Fair Meetings Act, and the time that the safe report and draft EA was released did not allow us sufficient time to notify for a meeting. However, our comments that we submitted in 2025 are still pertinent to our concerns. The Fish and Wildlife Commission represents the interests of the Mat-Su Borough in the conservation and allocation of fish, wildlife, and habitat, and advises borough officials, state or federal agencies, and other organizations. We all recognize that wild ocean-run salmon are an integral part of Alaska, valued by many cultures, residents, and visitors throughout the state. For the Matanuska-Susitna Borough and Northern Cook Inlet, salmon serve as a vital food source, economically very important to commercial and sport fisheries, and residents use dip nets for personal use fishery. And we have 4 indigenous communities, Tyonek, Kanik, Eklutna, and Chikloon, who engage in subsistence, educational, and personal use fisheries. With the state downward turn in wild Chinook salmon production starting in 2007, there has been a corresponding loss of angler days of sport fishing effort in Mat-Su Borough and the Northern Cook Inlet. There has also been a significant decline in coho salmon returns. In recent years, both species have not met the biological escapement goals
which are important to ensure healthy future returns. These exceptionally low returns have a reciprocal impact both economically and as an important food source. From an economic perspective, Chinook and coho salmon have been especially important for the borough and the northern Cook Inlet area since the 1970s. Alaska Department of Fish and Game ranked the Susitna River drainage Chinook salmon return as the fourth largest in the state, behind only the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Nushagak River drainages. In 2003, ADF&G in the Northern Cook Inlet Management Report characterized the Little Susitna River coho salmon fishery as the second largest sport coho salmon fishery in the state, second only to the Kenai River sport coho salmon fishery. To better understand these economic impacts in the Mat-Su Borough, the borough conducted two economic studies, one in 2007 and the other in 2017. And we're currently working with our local legislatures to try to secure funding to update these studies. And you look at angler days associated with sport fishing, these dropped 48% from 296,000 angler days in 2007 to 155,000 angler days in 2017. Direct spending fell 59% from 141 million in 2007 to 57 million in 2017. Employment, the number of sport fishing related jobs fell 60% from 1,180 jobs in 2007 to 474 jobs in 2017. Tax revenues, local, state, and federal tax revenues tied to sport fishing fell 36% from 9.2 million in 2007 to 5.9 million in 2017. The takeaway, sport fishing has an important economic impact in the Mat-Su Borough, but recent economic declines indicate the importance of returning salmon to their natal streams in the borough. Addressing coho salmon, lost production is very evident when reviewing recent historical data. For the 5-year period, 2000 to 2004, harvest estimates ranged from 13,670 to 20,357. From 1988 to 2010, there were only 4 years when coho salmon harvests were less than 10,000 fish, with the lowest harvest estimated at 7,500. This data clearly supports the Little Sioux River's long history of strong coho salmon production. This is very concerning when you compare to the recent 5-year period, 2019 to 2023, where this has averaged only 2,500 coho salmon per year. In reviewing the 2026 preliminary salmon stock assessment and fishery evaluation report for the salmon fisheries at Cook Inlet, and considering the many challenges managing these fisheries, both for state and federal managers, speaks loudly for the need to implement strategies that provide first for the biological requirements of these salmon stocks. The Fish and Wildlife Commission understands and supports management plans necessary to manage the large returns of sockeye to the Kenai and Concealof rivers, to conserve wild lake-run Kenai River Chinook salmon, and move salmon stocks through these fisheries bound to northern Cook Inlet. It's important to note that both the state and federal regulatory bodies this year are looking at how to address managing in these fisheries. The Board of Fisheries will be taking up an agenda change request, ACR 186, and this action was conducted by the Board of Fish. In accepting this ACR recognizes the magnitude and urgency of the issues in moving salmon to the northern Cook Inlet. In summary, the Fish and Wildlife Commission supports Alternative 2 and a 75% buffer, the need to prioritize future research to better characterize the abundance, timing, spatial distribution, and genetic stock composition of the coho salmon harvested in the EEZ. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
So Callie Lambert is up next, followed by Jessica Winnestaffer. Is Callie online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Callie Lambert. I'm a young woman that has had the pleasure of partaking in fisheries statewide. I prefer to work in the Kenai Peninsula as I reside in Homer. With that being said, I'm interested in buying into Cook Inlet because I believe deeply in this fishery. However, some concerns arise with the future and how it's being managed. I want to be clear, conservation isn't the debate. Conservation, whilst keeping the drift fleet economically viable, is. Right now, the instability in management decisions creates serious financial risk for people like me who want to enter the fishery. The lack of ability for abundant yield by the handcuffs put on by fishermen, I'd like to think because of management, because of that, it causes hesitation for me. The lack of real-time stocks causes hesitation for me. Shifting rules year to year causes hesitation for me, making it nearly impossible to plan, secure financing, or build a long-term livelihood. Business cannot survive nor thrive within the terms that have been given. Young fishermen don't invest in fisheries that they can't predict. When management feels driven by other factors that don't include science-based frameworks, the next generation will quietly walk away. We're not asking to ignore weak stocks or abandon conservation goals. We're asking for reforms that allow smarter, more targeted management, better tools, clearer triggers, and long-term plans that don't change with every cycle. For an example, sonar and just looking at escapement numbers, because that hasn't been an issue in previous years. But it does feel like we are getting hit pretty hard, even though there hasn't been an issue with the number of fish returning. The drift fleet should not be treated as a pressure valve to absorb every uncertainty in the system. Conservation responsibility must be shared and management must be predictable enough for new entrants to believe there's a future here. If we want working waterfronts, local ownership, and new generations willing to take the financial risk of fishing, we need a system built on science, transparency, and stability, not constant reaction or protection when uncertainty arises. I believe we can accomplish abundant yields in this fishery with conservation still in place. Thank you all for listening, and this has been a great week to listen into, and today I appreciate you all being here.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see. Yep, Mr. Ritchie has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Callie. You mentioned that you're thinking about making an investment into the fishery. We've heard from a few other young fishermen who have recently invested, and I think I've heard it seems kind of like it may be a priority for them that there be more fishing access early. I'm wondering if, as you think about investing, if something like that were to happen, if this fishery did have more access early to catch coho or to catch sockeye and maybe avoid coho, is that something that would make investing in this fishery more viable for you? Is that something that would determine the way you go?
Yes, 100%. Just having more opportunity for our desired catch would definitely influence me to invest.
Thank you very much. Jessica Winnestaffer, followed by Chris Bennett. Is Jessica online? Okay. There'll be no questions after this testimony. Jessica, can you please unmute yourself?
Willie Jan, Jessica Winnestaffer, Suzepilan, Naidiniana, Kaya Gahwasna. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Winnestaffer and I work for Chickaloo Native Village. I present these comments on behalf of Chickaloo Native Village and the governing Chickaloo Village Traditional Council. Chickaloo Native Village is a federally recognized Otna Dene tribal government in South Central Alaska, and our ancestral territory includes much of South Central Alaska, including Cook Inlet. Our traditional territory and area of influence overlaps with neighboring Dena'ina, Dene, and Otna Dene tribal governments. Management decisions and actions that occur within our traditional ancestral territory and customary area of use may impact our environment, our cultural resources, and the health of our tribal citizens and community members. Chicxulub Village Traditional Council works to increase the number of salmon produced in streams and rivers of Upper Cook Inlet through on-the-ground fish habitat restoration projects. Salmon are foundations of Otna culture, lifeways, and sustenance, and it is our collective responsibility to steward salmon and their habitats. Cook Inlet is the migratory corridor for all salmon returning to the Knik, Matanuska, and Susitna watersheds of our homeland. The Cook Inlet Exclusive Economic Zone, EEZ, is an important part of the migratory corridor for sockeye, coho, and chum salmon returning to Upper Cook Inlet. Careful management of the salmon in the EEZ is very important to Chicxulub Village Traditional Council. We appreciate the opportunity to review and comment on the proposed 2026 harvest specifications for the salmon fishery of the Cook Inlet EEZ and the stock assessment and fishery evaluation, the SAFE report. In recent years, there have been several years of low returns of coho salmon in multiple Upper Cook Inlet streams, including in the Matanuska watershed, as directly observed by our tribal citizens, tribal staff members, and others that we work with. Because of this, Chicxulub Village Traditional Council asks for the coho salmon protections to be robust by maintaining the acceptable biological catch with a 75% buffer for coho salmon, as recommended by the SAFE team. Overall, there are a lack of data with which to make well-informed management decisions. The National Marine Fisheries Service SAFE team recommends prioritizing future research. Chicxulub Village Traditional Council agrees and requests that NOAA incorporate in-season genetic sampling into its management plan for the Cook Inlet EEZ. We support either subsampling of commercial fish caught in the EEZ or the implementation of a test fishery like ADF&G formerly operated between Anchor Point and the Red River Delta, combined with genetic sampling. In-season genetic sampling aligns with NOAA's commitment to science-based management and the precautionary approach, ensuring the sustainability of salmon stocks and the communities that depend on them. The SAFE report analyzes impacts to the human environment of adopting the 2026 harvest specifications. The SAFE report considered the effects on communities of the Kenai Peninsula where commercial boats landed catches that were harvested in the EEZ. However, the SAFE report failed to consider the effects on communities in Upper Cook Inlet that also depend upon some of those very same salmon migrating through the EEZ. Lastly, Chicxulub Village Traditional Council requests that future SAFE reports and related documents be provided to tribal governments and the public for at least 30 days before comment deadlines for meaningful engagement. This time, there was a narrow window of 1 to 2 weeks to review the SAFE report and draft EA prior to the National North Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting comment deadline. Shanann, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So we'll go to Chris Vanek, followed by Jim Sykes.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? This is Chris Vanek.
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for hearing me on my comments and my testimony. So I am a third-generation fisherman, and I have owned my own boat since 2022. I operate in the Upper Cook Inlet fishery, and mostly out of the Nilchik and Kasilof River. I'd like to start off by saying that I would like to support the SSC recommendations, as well as options provided by UCEDA to remove same-day fishing from the EEZ, provide 2 to 3 days of fishing time per week beyond Monday and Thursday, 12 to 15-hour periods, remove fishing schedule from the FMP and coordinate with ABC and ACL, provide for adequate fishing harvest opportunities prior to July 25th before coho enter the UCI, provide 8 12-hour fishing periods beyond Monday and Thursday from July 1st to the 25th by field announcements, and provide for 2 12 to 15-hour periods on Monday and Thursday from July 25th to the 31st. I have basically invested my life savings into joining this fishery. And from what I can see in the short amount of time I've joined, I have fished this industry, prior to my owning a boat. But what I can see is that the management just seems to not be following scientific data or have insufficient data. I represent, I think, kind of the next generation of fishermen coming up. And really, if you're not going to allow us to be able to make a living out of this, like you're just going to effectively kill off the industry. And I'm not sure that's a good thing for the peninsula as a whole. I know that a lot of people do rely on this industry to make ends meet, make the economy work pretty well throughout the year beyond the tourist season. So anyways, that is my quick statement, and yield my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Okay. Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Jim Sykes is next, and then we'll follow back up, and then Cory Loos, and then we'll do a call back for those we missed. Is Jim online? Okay. Can you unmute yourself, Jim? Jim, can you unmute yourself, please? Maybe *6. Oh, I think you had it for a moment and then now you're off again. So do whatever you did. You're unmuted? Okay.
Okay.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Before I get started, I need to state that I am a member of the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, but I am not representing the commission or speaking as a commission member. I am speaking for myself only. My name is Jim Sykes. My wife and I are personal use dip netters, which is a major source of food for us. We fished mostly Kasilof, some Kenai, Sutitna River, and Fish Creek here last year. The conservation corridor was created unanimously by the State Board of Fish in 2011, and it began effective operation in 2014 to help allow more northern bone salmon make it to their needle streams in Upper Cook Inlet. It allowed Fish Creek dip netting to have annual openings for the first time after many years of just occasional openings at Fish Creek. Unfortunately, this year, it barely made the minimum escapement. And so we're a little bit worried about it. And it's time that we now enhance the corridor and try to identify how to get more fish north. So you've heard that we've faced distressing declines in Chinook and coho, and we don't want to risk the salmon, the sockeye salmon. And we're concerned about it. 2025 was a pretty big fishing year in the federal EEZ and Central District, while northern Cook Inlet streams experienced more restrictions and closures. It sort of feels like the Northern District is bearing the shortfalls while the big and good catches continue further south. It looks like the Northern Cook Inlet late coho run really seems to be in serious trouble. And I agree. We need more data, and we've been asking for it from the state for many, many years. We still do not have a single real-time data monitor in our streams. Before both the state and federal governments have the obligation to protect, conserve, and restore our fisheries, including the natal waters they spring from. We may need to implement the Magnuson-Stevens Act provisions in essential fish habitat under 50 CFR Part 600. The management plan calls for the status quo. I don't think it's really working for Northern Cook Inlet because it doesn't take into account how it affects all the areas of Cook Inlet salmon beyond the EEZ. What was missing from the discussion is it's not mutually exclusive to have over-escapement in the south and have not enough escapement in the north. We need to figure out how to identify better the northern bound fish and accommodate their escapement as best we can. So for more knowledge of options, we need to enhance the corridor, as I said. We need to reestablish the test fishery between Kenai and Callaghan Island that only went 1 year, gather additional genetic testing of drift gillnet catches, and any other useful information that we can. And the effort to distinguish northbound salmon has to continue. So I'd just like to conclude by saying that I respect the opinions I've heard here today, and I think all of us who fish in Cook Inlet in our many different ways deserve to participate in our fisheries resources, and we need to find a way to do it. And I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Cory Loos is up next. Is he online? Okay, and we'll take Andrew Omloff after that.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, this is Cory. Can you hear me?
Hey, yep. Go ahead.
What's that? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Cory Loos. I have been involved with the Cook Inlet drift fishery for 14 years. I am a Homer resident. I lived down here for 17 years. I understand the complexity of this fishery, the issues of mixed users between saltwater and freshwater. Over the past 20 years, Cook Inlet has not had overfishing due to a finger pointed at the drift fishery. Between all users, there's obviously some issues with in-river and so forth. I'm asking you guys for a few items to address over the next couple of years in this process. I think one of the biggest concerns of mine is not being allowed to fish in state waters and federal waters in the same day. A lot of fishermen have addressed that to you guys. It is a burden on us and our CFEC permits to pick on which district we have to go to for the day. Between the tides, the weather, openers, it's very hard to guess on where the fish are going to be, and the fish are all going to end up in the same place at the end of the day, which is heading north. Secondly, I would like to ask for, with that being said, the consideration be allow us to separate fish from federal and state waters. You guys do it for halibut. Those fish should be able to be kept separate in our boats, different brailer bags, delivered to the cannery or tender using our VMS and our logs to document those fish. That's approved in the ground fish fishery. There's no reason that can't be approved in the saltwater or the sockeye fishery for us. Lastly, I'd like to ask for more opportunity. We have not achieved anywhere near our TAC in the 2 years this has been going on. I understand you guys can't just give us opportunity in extra days. It needs to go through a process. I would like to see that process consider using the state EOs. When the state makes EOs, transfer those EOs to the federal fishery as well. And lastly, the coho tack. I support the 60% buffer. Do I agree with it? No, but at least it's a progress that we are trying to work with you guys on, adapt to this fishery to make it work for everybody and move forward in a fishery that can be sustainable for everybody. That's all I have. If I have any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Loos? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Andrew Amwell, followed by Steve Brown. Andrew's not on. Okay, we'll take Andrew off the list. Steve Brown, followed by Blair Calkins, and Blair will be our last testifier.
Hello, this is Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't figure out my phone the first time around. Did #6 instead of *6. But thank you, members of the council. My name is Steve Brown. I live in Homer. I'm an Upper Cook Inlet salmon fisherman. I'd like to speak in support of the SSC recommendations for the tax for the upcoming 2026 season. I did listen to much of the SSC discussion, and when they discussed the recommendations, it seemed to me that there was a thorough conversation and the tax that they recommended were scientifically justified, and I'd urge the council to adopt them. One thing I'd like to flag for the council, and I didn't really hear anybody talk about this in public testimony, is that there's potentially an action that the state of Alaska is going to take at their statewide meeting this coming March, about a month from now. And that is Proposal 186. This was an agenda change request that the Board of Fisheries considered at their October work session. And it was a bit of a surprise to the public because nobody thought that it met the criteria that the board had established for itself for taking up issues out of cycle. And I would say that also included Department of Fish and Game, who in their written comments didn't feel that it met the criteria either. But nevertheless, it passed the board on a 4-3 vote. Now, if the board votes this proposal through, which I think is highly likely, given that they took it up out of cycle to begin with, this will eliminate fishing in the so-called Drift Area 1, which is on the state water side of the EEZ State of Alaska boundary line at the north end or northeast end of the Cook Inlet EEZ. What I believe this will do if it passes is it will force all the effort out of state waters down into the EEZ. Right now you have two companion fisheries with the same fishing schedule, Mondays and Wednesdays on the EEZ side and on the state water side. And as you've heard, you got to pick, you got to do one or the other. So you either stay in state waters or you stay in EEZ waters for a particular opening. So if the board passes this at their meeting next month, I think what that's going to do is take the effort that is now in state waters and it will transfer all that fishing effort down into into the federal EEZ waters. And so I think the potential now is it will put additional pressure on a relatively small coho tack and also lead to potentially closing the EEZ salmon fishery before it would have otherwise. Basically, this will transfer harvest of all species, including coho, that would take place on the state water side, and that will move that potential harvest down into the federal water side. So I think that's a consideration that you guys should think about when you're considering where you set your tax for the coming season. I think if the council was to adopt a 60% buffer for coho, that would create a little bit of breathing room for the fleet if the board does indeed pass Proposal 186 this coming March. And if there's some reason that the board does not take that action in March, and I say it's unlikely that they don't, but I still think the 60% buffer is very conservative, and there is a high level of precaution with that TAC and at that buffer level for coho. That's all I had today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. Blair Calkins will be our last testifier. Is Blair online? Can you press *6, please? And try to unmute yourself. We'll give it one more moment and then we'll have to move on. No, Blair, we're not seeing. Okay. So unfortunately, we're going to have to move on. Sorry about that. So that concludes our public testimony on C3. So let's take a brief stand down, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll see if the council would like to take action, have opportunity for a motion to be sent. Thanks. Council members, please come back to order. So we just finished our staff presentation and public testimony on C3. See if the council would like to take action. Mr. Kerlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have a motion on Cook Inlet salmon specs. I'll wait for it to come up on the screen. Council adopts the preliminary 2026 Cook Inlet Salmon Safe Report. The Council adopts the 2026 Cook Inlet EEZ area salmon specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and recommends the total allowable catch levels as shown below in Table 1. And Madam Chair, I won't try to read the table, but I'll just note that for the aggregate or the combined sockeye stocks, it has a TAC of just below 1.5 million. For aggregate Chinook, a TAC of 240. For aggregate Coho, a TAC of 16,619. For aggregate Chum, a TAC of 68,645. And for aggregate Pink, a TAC of 124,721.
Second by Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Kerlin.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the second. Madam Chair, consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirements for harvest specifications, my motion would adopt the SSC's recommended FMMT, MSST, OFL, buffer, and ABC for all stocks. The SSC's recommendations included appropriate reductions from OFL to ABC to account for scientific uncertainty in abundance and harvest estimates. The SSC's recommended status determination criteria are based on the best scientific information available for the Cook Inlet salmon stocks to determine whether overfishing occurs or a stock becomes overfished. I appreciate the SSC's thorough review of the SAFE, the points raised during their discussion, and their recommendations. On the basis of the SSC's recommendations, the Council's role under the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the Salmon FMP is to recommend TACs to manage salmon fishing in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. In recommending TAC amounts as described in the Salmon FMP, the Council can consider additional adjustments to species level TACs, including buffers below ABC to account for the harvest of weak salmon stocks, bycatch considerations, management uncertainty, ecosystem requirements, or social and economic considerations. Supporting information for the TACs is provided in the preliminary 2026 SAFE report and the draft EA. Primary source of management uncertainty is whether, upon nearing the TAC, NMFS will have sufficient time to publish a notice of fishery closure in the Federal Register before additional openers occur. As such, my proposed TACs incorporate additional buffers to the ABC for all stocks. These buffers account for harvest information from the first 2 years of the federal EEZ fishery and are designed to ensure that even if the TAC level were to be reached, 2 additional fishing openers could occur without any ABC being exceeded, providing a bit of insurance in case that long a delay transpires before the fishery closes. For the aggregate coho stock, my motion includes a somewhat larger management buffer such that the resulting TAC is almost the same as the 2025 level, and there are several reasons for keeping the coho TAC about the same as in 2025. Last year, the fishery came close to the TAC, which was the same as ABC with no management buffer before the season ended, and we, quite frankly, are still learning how to manage the EEZ fishery and need to be mindful of scientific uncertainty and potential conservation concerns. Both NMFS and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game have conservation concerns about the aggregate coho stock. Although the Council received public comments favoring a reduced buffer for coho so as not to constrain the sockeye fishery, my assessment based on the SAFE report was that it would not be prudent to authorize a larger coho harvest in the EEZ in light of the fact that escapement goals have likely been missed in 3 consecutive years. While there is uncertainty about coho weir counts, a precautionary approach is warranted given that we are still in the early stages of federal management. So in summary, under this motion, the combined 2026 TAC for the 3 sockeye stocks would be about 687,000 fish more than in 2025, due to the larger Tier 1 preseason forecasts and the smaller scientific buffers recommended by the SSC. The TAC for pink salmon would be about 72,000 fish greater than in 2025. And the TAC for coho would be about the same as in 2025 for the reasons I just described. And the TACs for Chinook and Chum would be a bit lower than in 2025 due to the management buffers. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Are there questions? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. I think this may be actually a state question, but are you aware of any efforts to try and improve the sampling rates for coho? We heard some testimony about the difficulty with weirs and flooding. Are there efforts to try and improve any of that so that you have more reliable data to make decisions on about these buffers, possibly reducing some of these stack buffers if you had more information?
Madam Chair, Mr. Williams, thanks for the question. Of course, the National Marine Fisheries Service doesn't manage the weirs, so I'd have to defer to the Department of Fish and Game on that. I know they're certainly aware of the issue, but I don't have an answer myself.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Curling.
Madam Chair, I'm alerted that there is a small error in the table on the screen and that the MSST for Chinook should be 40,500. Not quite sure how that happened.
Yeah, just a small error.
So we will get a corrected version to staff to make sure the right one is posted.
Okay, we'd appreciate that. Yeah, the math wouldn't quite work out there.
Yeah. Numbers.
Yeah. Do you have a editable version? Okay. Okay. Okay, that looks like it's been fixed. Is that accurate?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Great. Any other questions? Any comments on the motion? Or, and do you have an amendment? No. Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. And thank you to everyone who testified today here in person and online on this agenda item. And I'll be supporting the motion and just wanted to add a little bit of my thoughts in terms of, particularly, we've heard a lot about the aggregate coho salmon complex today, and I just wanted to express my support for this motion and particularly the TAC buffer for the aggregate coho stock that Mr. Curlin explained, and to just acknowledge and recognize the increased concerns about the harvest of weak northern bound coho salmon stocks in the EEZ fishery. Despite some challenging conditions, our best available information indicates that coho spawning escapement goals on the Little Susitna and Deshka River were likely below, if not substantially below, the sustainable escapement goals for the past 3 years. And just to add on, the state has taken several management actions in the commercial and sport fisheries to restrict harvest of coho salmon, including closing the Northern District commercial set gillnet fishery in mid-August late last year, and prohibiting the harvest of coho salmon and the use of bait on the Little Susitna and Deshka rivers. The Board of Fisheries, as we heard in testimony, will be considering an out-of-cycle proposal at the statewide meeting in March this year that is specifically aimed at providing the department with additional management tools to limit harvest of northern bound coho salmon, to promote attainment of those coho salmon escapement goals, and reduce the risk that these stocks will be listed as stocks of concern. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Curlin. So we'll need a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, this is a roll call vote on the motion as updated or as corrected to adopt Cook Inlet Safe. Cook Inlet Salmon Safe Report and the specifications for the Cook Inlet Salmon stocks. Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mueller. Excuse me, Mr. Mueller,
Yes.
Mr. Pamplin,
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie,
Yes.
Mr. Sukata,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Goen is absent, Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
That motion passes 10-0.
Any further actions on C3? Okay. Seeing none. So that takes us to the end of our agenda. Just a reminder for members of the public to follow our newsletter for any changes to our scheduling for our upcoming June meeting. And Mr. Williams tried to sneak out on us. We had little time to prepare a proper departure, but this is his last meeting. Yeah, by design. I just want to, briefly say I really enjoyed working with you, and I really appreciated how you approached this role with grace and thoughtfulness and genuine curiosity. And I don't think you never came to a meeting with a predetermined position, and we're always open in listening to different perspectives and just making sure you fully understood the issue before taking action on it. So I really appreciate that, and you will be missed. Yeah. So I'm gonna open up the floor for other.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. It's been a long day, but I'm really glad that we're taking a moment to acknowledge that this is the last council meeting for Mr. Williams. Steve is an accomplished fish and wildlife manager. He was an executive at the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, a senior manager at Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and most recently represented the state of Oregon on this body since October of 2022. He brings a wealth of natural resource information and experience to this table. Occasionally, our orbits have passed on various issues in the Pacific Northwest, and working with him here for the past 15 months, it is obvious that he strives to understand the complexity of the issue and to do what he thinks is best for these important fisheries and for the people directly affected by our decisions. He is a dedicated public servant and truly understands that we work for the public. Besides for being a true statesman, and what we all will recognize Steve for is his huge heart of gold. He wants each of us to be successful and is committed to this process and to forging and maintaining the strong relationships necessary to make it work. I would like to express our appreciation to your spouse and your family for sharing you with us on such long days and long weeks over 1,600 miles away from your home. I think it is a sentiment shared by everyone at this table and in the broader council family that we wish you the best of luck in your next chapter. We thank you for your dedication to conserving fish and wildlife, providing sustainable opportunities, and for your friendship. And I'll just end with go Beavs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Be very short. I've had the opportunity to work in a lot of different forums similar to this, and I can tell you that this group around the table is by far one of the most professional, collaborative, and well-informed groups that I've ever had the pleasure to work with. It's been an honor to work with you, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a lot of fun sitting next to my neighbor here. I got to tell you, it's probably some of the most fun I had is trying to teach him some of the few native words I know, and then having him try to repeat it. And we're gonna miss him here. He's been in a process in Alaska long enough, and interaction with Alaskans that a lot of our fellow Alaskans are referring to him as cousins. So I guess that's a good sign. What I won't miss about Mr. Williams is his repeated kicking me under the desk.
That was by design. So we're going to have to find a replacement kick for you. Let's see. Nicole.
Yes, thank you. I just very quickly, I just have really enjoyed working with you. When you first came on, I thought, oh no, not another new person. We have to educate about Alaska issues, but your openness as the chair said, to learn and on every new issue, I just really enjoyed when you would amble over to our side of the room and ask questions and talk through things. So thank you so much.
Yes, just very quickly, Steve, thank you very much. You've been a great person to get advice from. You're super approachable, but just as knowledgeable, and that's a hard combination to find sometimes. We'll miss you here. If you're ever up in Alaska, let's fish.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Hopefully, we won't see you in the audience on your time off. That brings us to the end of our meeting, and as always, would like to extend our deep appreciation for all the staff and their assistance through this meeting. It was a long one, and yeah, you're always very patient with us and all of our requests. And you do so with typically a smile, sometimes a little, some tears. We try to minimize those. And to Ms. Evans, and congratulations again on your role. We feel very fortunate to have you and your expertise. So with that, meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you all in June.